This is Salvador Cordova. Thank you all for joining me. I hope I finally got the right stream going. I'm going to type in trying again. So I really do hope we come live. Oh, goodness. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to provide a link to everyone. And please join. I probably need a little help to get this going. So I'm typing in right now how to join the stream. Slam RN says hi. Okay, so I've not used Restream a lot, and I'm really glad that I'm having a chance to try it out. So I'm providing a link. I'll keep providing a link. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed the show. I have a certain way of debating topics. To use a military term, this was a reconnaissance in force. It wasn't a full frontal assault. And okay. So thank you all for joining. Oh my goodness, we have 11 people here. So we have D. Ross, Honesty Angel, In His Image, Slam RN. That's a very interesting handle. I worked on the Slam missile way back in the 1990s. It was a standoff land attack missile. So I hope you enjoyed the debate. And Lena said she wasn't able to hear everything. We can go to the Modern Day Debate channel, and hopefully you'll hear most of the debate. I was able to overcome, by God's grace, a lot of problems, technical problems that I created on my own, partly trying to do simulcasts. I had to reboot my computer right before the show began. And so there were all these challenges. I'm going to add links to the stream. So please join, because actually you can help me out. So that's a link to the stream. I just typed it in. If for some reason you tried and I don't see you, then that means I need to learn how to use Stream.io a little better. So I'm in the process of learning all the various kinds of streaming technologies and using the internet and leveraging all of that to be able to build out my channel and try to get the word out. So I'm monitoring the chat right now to see if anyone is signing up to join the stream, because this is going to be a pretty dull party if I do another monologue. And I'm going to have to think up of a monologue kind of on the fly, ad hoc. Okay, so unless someone joins, this is going to be I'm going to just create a monologue on the fly. What can I possibly talk about just on the fly, other than the weather, which I don't know what the weather is here in Northern Virginia, except that it's getting cold, starting to be fall. So how about topics and upcoming shows? Oh my goodness. Slam RN just said, I worked on a Lance missile system in the U.S. Army, but Slam is my first initial S for Susan and the first 3 letters of my last name, and I am an RN. Wow. S for Susan. Initial is S for Susan, and you're a registered nurse. My sister is, Andrew Graham says he's going to try to join. My sister is, both my sisters are registered nurses. So what did I have in mind? I was actually in a situation where there's no shortage of topics. Welcome, IHI.
It's In His Image, Sal.
Hey, great to see you, a biology guy. A biology guy, great. Well, I hope you learned a little bit about population genetics tonight.
I did. I was I found it all very interesting. I was working on other stuff and listening at the same time. But it was a very, very interesting conversation.
Well, if you want, I don't recommend this to any biology guy, except if they want to talk about evolution. To study population genetics, I found it absolutely boring, and I regret I had to spend time in it. But I feel like sometimes I'm a janitor having to clean up some of the garbage that's generated, and it's kind of hard because you could tell I get along with these guys, and I think there are a lot of them that are genuinely sincere. They think they're solving a great scientific problem. Just like, dude, you're just like trying to make a perpetual motion machine. It's just not going to work.
Yep.
And welcome, Andrew Graham. Thank you for joining. And if we get enough people, then I can take a little break, just a brief break, and get some tea or something warm for my throat. And so I was just, I was about to go into a monologue about all the future topics, and one of them was people to interview. I have about 6 people on my list now that I might be willing to interview, including In His Image. Can we call you by
I made it on Sal's list.
Huh?
I made it on Sal's list. I don't know if that's a good thing around Christmas time. Am I on the nice list or the naughty list?
Oh, you're on the nice list.
Okay.
So can I call you something then IHI or In His Image?
The name I go by, under the screen name I go by, is Emery Moyna. Emery is fine.
Emery. Thank you, Emery. And Andrew, thank you for joining us. Have we met before?
No problem. Streams, I think. At least with, I forget whenever it was, early this year.
Oh, well, thank you.
So around, I have a lot of time.
Yes. So I'm going to drop in a link to the stream event.
I show you the
Oh,
link.
goodness.
I got in and I've got a week, so be very careful.
I'm sorry. You got a weak connection. Now, I think I'm going to have a hard time keeping track of all the chat here. I'm not meaning to offend anyone if I miss.
Shocking. Doesn't even have an Ethernet connection. Anyway.
Yeah, there is a delay when you're talking, and we'll work around it.
We'll try. But you just heard my reason for what.
So I just typed apologies to everyone if they were trying to communicate to me in the chat. I'm probably going to miss something because I'm busy running all of the stuff with this Restream software. So do you have anything on your minds, guys? I don't really want to do a monologue right now.
You just talked for a couple hours. Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead. Your connection's weaker than mine. Mine will be here for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all right. Mine round. But I just wanted to say it was one of the most balanced debates that I've seen on that channel. I'm just kind of sick and tired of one-sided debates where the creation is absolutely flattened by the atheists, and that's all that seems to me. I drew a lot of flack in the room. Who turns out is also on the spectrum. So when you got the question was asked about, I was thinking, yeah, you know what? That I have to say, I have it. My grandmother had it, but my siblings and my cousins all missed it. I only suspect that my nephew on my brother's side has it, but I only suspect. So I think that's to start off with, that's a weak point for Asperger's is trying to argue, because you get thrown so many curves. How many of these am I supposed to juggle and throw back?
I wanted to say, Andrew, if it's really great seeing your face and getting to see the people, but your audio gets cut off a little bit. If you shut off your camera, you might be able to get through a little easier.
I'm muted at the same time. Is that better?
No. Oh, yeah, no. I can hear you now. So, what viewpoint do you come from? Thank you for the kind words. I was just curious, really.
What, from a Christian?
Are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian. I was raised in a Christian home. I currently attend Ashburn, which has attached to it. What's his name? Dan Patterson, who is a staff member. I think he's starting his own here, but anyway, he's just.
Well, thank you then for the kind words. So you were saying the atheist, you thought. Go on.
My background is Presbyterian, and then Westminster Presbyterian, ironically, a church that started here in Australia, but it was planted by Americans. So I have an understanding of Americans, and I kind of have an understanding of Westminster, and a bit of a mix of everything. Also, church, not higher Anglican, but evangelical Anglican. That is also in my background. So, yeah, my background.
Well, I got to hear most of what you said, and I did hear you gave some really nice. Thank you for the kind words about the debate being balanced, and you're relating how things happened in the chat. What happened over at Modern Day Debate?
I just had a problem. Yeah, his name was Mark Reed, and he was definitely also on the spectrum. He was having a go at me for being honest because I said atheists, something about it. I don't know. I was just trolling them. And I was trolling. I was dishonest.
Well, thank you again for the kind words. And someone said here, I can hear canaries.
Probably bird life outside my open door. I've got birds chirping. I can open the door if you want.
Oh no, that's quite all right. I'm hoping someone else will join just to give me a little break so I can grab some tea. Otherwise, if no one's going to talk, Emery, do you have any words, brother?
Yeah, I'll throw some stuff out there. I'll give your voice a break, Sal. So, first of all, I want to congratulate both you and Dapper on having a civil conversation. I don't know if Dapper will listen back to this. I interact with him periodically, and he seems like a nice enough guy. But I'm not a huge fan of debates. I'll just be perfectly honest. I know there's some people here like SFT who just joined us, who love debates. It's just not my thing. I don't like conflict. But that kind of conversation that we had, that you guys just had, was really, really good because it allows. There's at least a sort of mutual respect, and you don't always get that when there's a debate. So much for that. With regard to the actual topic of the debate, fitness is something I've kind of looked into, and I know I may or may not have had something to do with the this debate happening. Just maybe.
You had plenty to do with it, and you would have been up against him instead of me.
I would have. Although, again, you handled him a lot better than I would have. That's why I would have been more than happy to let you do it. But, again, fitness is something that I find very, very interesting. And something I didn't get really touched on in the debate because you guys were off in a different area, is that fitness is something that is very, very relative, and I think there's actually a bit of circularity in the way that at least he defined it at the start of the debate, because once basically his definition was, well, fitness is differential reproductive success, and then he went on a few words, and then he basically came back to because it's defined in terms of reproduction. And that is inherently circular. And now I recognize that sometimes you can't avoid stuff like that. But I don't think that fitness in terms of defining fitness in terms of circularity isn't going to work for an evolutionary perspective, because, you know, who decides what actually is reproductively fit? And I've been doing some digging around on this. There's a paper that was written by Costas Krimbas. It was titled "On Fitness," and I will put that in the private chat, a link to the actual paper. And I don't know if I have mod status on your channel or not. I've been in like 4 or 5 different after shows now, and I forget who I have mod status with at this point. But if you feel like sharing it, that's fine. Because it's basically, and what Krimbas basically argues is that we can't really define fitness in terms of reproductive success. And he goes, there's a lot of reasons he goes into this, but basically his argument is that, look, fitness in terms of reproduction, what do we look at for reproduction? Do we say the number of offspring that survive, the number of offspring that reproduce successfully? Is an organism that, you know, has lots of babies, but the babies all die before they reach adulthood? Is that fit? And so you go down this rabbit hole where fitness just becomes a giant blur, and it's very, very difficult to actually get a firm definition, which I appreciated you bringing that up in the debate. We don't really have. Oh, thank you, by the way, Sal. You don't really have a very strong definition of it, and I'm not saying that fitness doesn't exist. I question whether we've got the right definition at this point, because defining it in terms of differential reproduction success, well, there's some papers out there. I actually have one on plants. I could find it maybe and drop it in the chat for everybody once I'm done talking. But basically, where they looked at the genotype of an organism, and they basically said that, you know, the ones that had what were supposedly beneficial genotypes didn't reproduce at a rate that was any better than the ones that didn't. And which, being that they often tie fitness to having particular genes or having particular combinations of genes, I start looking at it and going, okay, there's a fly in the ointment somewhere, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'm not good with math. That's your department, Sal, not mine. But there's a fly in the ointment somewhere, and I'm not good enough with the math to track down in the calculations where it is. But the way it's being worked out, at least at this point, something seems off to me, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But something seems like something's not quite right.
Well, first off, I'd like to welcome SFT. Thanks for joining and for all your support. The thing that is off is you can't use the definition of fitness and then add anything in evolutionary theory and explain something like a bird or the machines. And I alluded to the magnetic compass inside birds that includes the cryptochrome protein that can do all this fancy quantum mechanics. It's just there's a disconnect. It's like it's like trying to describe colors with black and white. It just doesn't work. It's a disconnect as a matter of principle. And when I was showing those equations, I said, where is it in this equation that shows we're going to make machines that are operating at the maximum possible by physics? I just don't see it anywhere. And so that's where there are a number of disconnects. And like I said, population genetics has been kind of tiring because I feel like that's the job of being a janitor, because I just go through all this literature. It's like, yeah, this is just like going nowhere. They have all this theatrical math that is essentially meaningless. All the math, I'll tell you specifically why. If a lot of what they call um, if a lot of what they call beneficial mutations are loss of function, then all the equations that say fitness is going to keep increasing is going to show that all these loss of function and reductive evolution type changes are going to be incorporated in the population, and the functional systems are going to be gone out of the population. So it was really painful reading all these theories that are just going nowhere, because it's just like reading stuff that's talking about perpetual motion machines. It's just not going to work. So even if they had a stable definition of fitness, it's not going to do anything for the theory. And that's by the admission of population geneticists themselves, like Joe Felsenstein. And, that's why I share those quotes. It's like, I don't know how more explicit I could be than to quote the pioneers of population genetics, who've basically given up on their own field. It's that bad. It's getting to be that bad now. Quietly, they've given up. I mean, they don't make a big deal of it. In the public eye, that the field is, it's a thriving field for other things, but in terms of giving explanations to why things have evolved the way that they have, it's failed. And they've shown that it will fail as a matter of principle. It's not that they need to redo things. It's kind of like what I said. I alluded to. It's like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. There's only so much you can do. Nature's just not going to let you go any farther. And they basically hit the brick wall and realized this isn't going to work.
I'm not as up to date on the population genetics literature as you are, but I do know Felsenstein's name. And when you came off with that particular quote, I was half listening, but I heard Felsenstein's name, so I actually started paying attention. And then I went, oh my. Because I've cited Felsenstein in other stuff, not related to this particular topic, but I mean, because he's dabbled in phylogenetics as well. I did some work on that. And I went, wait a minute. Felsenstein is basically saying that you could just throw the whole evolutionary population genetics scenarios out the window. How do you?
Why do you think he went into phylogenetics? Because that field was a dead end.
Again, you know more about this than I do, but I just went, oh my stars. I don't know how this guy. I don't know what Dapper's background is, but I'd imagine Felsenstein probably knows a little bit more about population genetics than Dapper does. And if he's basically just throwing up his hands and going, well, this isn't going to work, maybe we should listen to him.
Yeah, but people don't want to hear bad news. They want to be told they'll figure it out. And it's like trying to tell someone who's convinced that tornadoes passing through a junkyard will build a 747. It's like, how many more ways do I have to tell you it's not going to work? And that's the case with big segments of evolutionary theory. The complexity that has to be overcome is just too great. It can't be built in steps. Too many Creation Myth is here. Very nice job. That was an extremely enjoyable conversation. Oh my goodness, Dr. Dan. Thank you. And you got my start. And I want to salute you, sir. We have had a lot of acrimony in the past, but I think we were able to work together to try to educate people. And I actually wanted to take Dr. Dan's quiz to test my biology knowledge, because even though I have a master's equivalent, it was in a very specialized field. There's a lot of general biology I actually don't know. And even my population genetics is focused mostly on the haploid model, because I focused on the math. That's where I'm more gifted. But some of the more subtle stuff with diploids and linkage and epistasis, I've not touched. So for my benefit, I'd be very glad to take your Creation Myths biology challenge, because I feel that if I'm trying to teach biology, I should be qualified in these areas. And I actually was laughing a little bit. I wouldn't mind trying to teach a little bit of genetics and inviting some people to learn it. And if you want to join in and correct anything I say wrong, because I would like people to be taught accurately, you're very, very welcome to participate. So we'll just see where this website goes. And thank you very much, Dr. Dan, for the kind words. And an early Merry Christmas to you and yours.
So I'm gonna just hop in real quick. I got a quick question for clarification on the math, because math is not my strong suit. But you said that you worked primarily with a haploid model in population genetics. Wouldn't a diploid model significantly complicate the calculations?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yes. And I'm just recording something here. Can you give me a second, because sure. I don't want to lose Dr. Dan's. He said, shoot me an email, creationmythschannel@gmail. Okay, I'll try to send you that. I'll try to write to you, Dr. Dan. I hope that's such a long. It's kind of annoying. Oh wait, hang on. Maybe I can grab it from the other chat stream. And I'll see if I can do a cut and paste. That way I don't lose it. Creation myths. I'm sorry to be putting you on hold there.
It's fine.
Oh, well, I think I got it. I think I got it. Try to arrange a conversation. So anyway, I think, so we'll get in touch one way, Dr. Dan, or another. So is it more complex? Yes. When I was working through the math, I was like, oh my goodness, I don't want to deal with this, because it was just filling out the page. And you could see, even with a haploid model in my Fisher's theorem paper, if you've seen it, the math was nasty enough as it was with just a single locus in a haploid asexual case. Mm-hmm. So, and then if you looked at Bill Basner's papers, that's no longer single locus, that's multi-loci, diploid, multi-loci.
Oh my!
It just blew up. I mean, it's just nasty. I'm just like, I got headaches enough with just my simple toy model. So yes, it is much harder. And I'm more. You could tell where my interests are. It's in the biophysics, and Dapper Dino picked up that I was just so enamored by the shark sensory system. I was just like, wow, that's what I really love studying, because being in the aerospace defense industry, and also I have one of my degrees, electrical engineering. Building something that can sense electric fields is not trivial, especially something as sensitive as what a shark builds. So the more that we build, try to build the things that are in biology, the more in awe that we get collectively. I mean, I guys that work in it and try to build things similar that we have in biology are like, wow. And a few of them end up being very friendly toward intelligent design. So that was a long answer to your comment that, is it tough? It's like, yeah, that's why I want to study genetics a little bit, just so I could be a little bit competent. I mean, I've never really done the Punnett square things, but I did work on what I was good at, which was the math parts and proving theorems. SFT, are you trying to say something? I see you trying to talk, and I don't hear you. Did I not enable you? Are you on air?
No, I think I was on mute. Or can you hear me now?
I can
hear you now. Yes, finally.
Okay. No, I got mute.
Rest my throat here and talk, brother. Talk, brother.
I'm happy to talk all night. I did not want to interrupt you, brothers. You guys are making some good points, and I'm new to this restream, so it's an interesting program. Looks like it's working well, but Doki Doki says standing can't talk with. Oh, go ahead, Sal.
Standing can't talk with a mouthful of pizza.
I mean, Sandy, if you're going to eat pizza on the air, you got to at least share.
That's true. That's true. If I was a little closer to you guys, unfortunately, I'm all the way in Canada.
Yeah, I don't think the pizza would
But
make
my
it over the
audio's
border.
coming through. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yeah. Can you
Yeah.
you take
Yeah,
over a
this
little
is,
bit, SFT, while I take a little break, take care of my mom?
of course.
God bless you, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. God bless you, brother. Great job tonight. Great job. Yeah. My opinions on I thought it was a great debate, a very informative discussion, and I got nothing bad to say about either Dapper or yourself. Very cordial, respectful debate. I think you did a phenomenal job, Sal. I think you were clear in your position. I think your arguments came across beautifully, and I think you were just adamant enough, and you, from what I saw, you addressed all his points. And I am personally still shocked that these evolutionists cannot understand the difference between absolute fitness or total functionality and reproductive fitness. I think you explain it perfectly well, Sal. And who knows, maybe it's gotten to a point where you always point out the beautiful biblical passages that talk about the strong delusion, because I mean, for me, and I think for the audience, a good example of this that comes to my mind right now is sickle cell anemia, right? So sickle cell anemia, at the end of the day, it's due to what? It's due to the corruption of genetic functionality, as Sal has pointed out. It's due to a broken cell, a broken protein. This isn't a good change. But yet, even though that this trait hurts people, it still helps them to survive. Overall, it's not good for humanity. But guess what? It's beneficial if you live in places where, let's say, malaria is present or prevalent. But when it comes to fitness, which Sal, you did a beautiful job tonight explaining your case, when it comes to fitness, it's so subjective. Because let's say with sickle cell anemia, people with this bad trait, they can still have children. They can live to adulthood. We all know people. I mean, I've known people with sickle cell anemia. They can still pass on their genes. So sure. And I was pointing this out in the live chat. There's been an increase in fitness in a narrow sense, but in the sense of absolute fitness, as compared to reproductive fitness, what do we have? We have an overall decrease. So, I mean, to me, it's not that hard to understand, but I think the evolutionists almost have to pretend, because if they don't pretend, then they realize that their entire evolutionary paradigm is shut down. And
I'd like
their
to
evolutionary definition. Yeah. Go ahead. Those are my thoughts. You did a great job.
Oh, thanks. No, I just wanted to make sure I introduced Sandy Pigeon and a new acquaintance here. And I'm hoping we get to work together. We attend the same church. And thank you for hanging out so late with us and suffering through all the technical problems I had on my channel. And so this is a learning curve for me. And for those who don't know, Sandy gave his testimony here on my channel, the Seals for Jesus. So I'm gonna take a little break. Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay. Yeah, this restream thing's a little different than StreamYard. It's a little more difficult.
Yeah,
to get into.
It's different to me. It's taken a while to get used to.
Yeah, it's a little more. I don't know whether it's better or worse. I guess it's just it's different than what we're used to. So, but greetings to everybody. How you doing, Sal? Great job.
Greetings. God bless.
I think some of the points that you could have made with Dapper could have been more 30,000 foot level, not to use your airplane analogy, but whereas he was discussing the finer points of and he kept making well, let me back up. He kept making the argument that evolution doesn't care. Well, evolution has no teleological means. And so what do you mean by evolution and nature doesn't care? Well, of course they don't care. They're not even a means to an end. They are a theory. So that was probably my only point, but I think rather you pointed out to him a lot of the deficiencies that he was trying to espouse. So it was well done, and it was a very cordial interaction, I thought.
Yeah, I Sandy, I
It was.
agree.
It was.
Go ahead, SFP.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, yeah, it's definitely a rewatchable debate too, because there were times where I personally live chat debating everybody, so I definitely want to go back and rewatch it. But I think Sal's presentation was fantastic. I think Sal did a really good job, and I could sense Dapper's circularity in his arguments throughout the debate. Like Brandon said in the live chat, they have a circular way of understanding or defining fitness. So, yeah, I got nothing bad to say. I think it was a good debate. I'm just shocked they can't seem to get it. I don't know how else. I don't know any other way at this point to explain it to them. I'm running out of ideas.
Hey,
I
Sal,
had a comment I wanted to make on that, but I want to address what Sandy said first before I forget. I did notice that what you were saying, that there was a lot of personification going on where evolution doesn't care about X. Well, of course evolution doesn't care about X, because evolution is, if it existed, would be a process, something built into the naturalistic world, not something with a mind to actually make intelligent decisions. I find they do that quite a bit because they want it to go a particular way, and the easiest way to do that is to by the evolutionary process as something that's thinking, even though that like particularly Dawkins likes to back away from that and say no, it has no mind, no conscious thought, none of that. But then they turn back around and then talk about it like it does, which I find rather frustrating. I wish they would get consistent terms. But back to what Standing was saying about fitness being the difference between absolute and relative fitness. I think the reason they can't get this is for two reasons. One, it's not really in the population genetics literature. They don't really talk about absolute fitness. When they talk about fitness, they almost always, not always, but there are people out there who question the standard dogma. And that's one of the papers I put in the chat earlier. But when they talk about fitness, they're almost always talking about relative fitness, reproductive fitness, differential reproduction. That's what they're ingrained.
Hey, brother, you're cutting in and out.
Think about when they think about fitness. And so again, I don't know what Dapper's called. Am I going in and out?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
A little bit there at the end.
Sorry about that.
I caught most of it, just maybe the last 10 seconds there.
Okay. Okay. I'll go back to that. But I don't know what
it could be. It could be the restream as well.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me now? Are we good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you sound good.
All right. Awesome. So I don't know what Dapper's background is, but if you're going into the literature and you don't have a background in the field to even think about absolute fitness, from the evolutionary perspective, such thing doesn't exist. If you go into the literature and you just start reading, all you're going to see for definitions of fitness, mostly, unless you happen to actually do what I did and search for problems with the definition of fitness, what you're going to find is a definition that is basically just differential reproduction. That's all you're going to get. And so that's all they know, and that's all they think about. And they a lot of times, yeah, exactly. But a lot of times because critical thinking really isn't taught or encouraged, and even where it is, a lot of people just don't want to put in the work to do it. What you end up with is people who just take the conclusions of whatever it is that the supposed experts are saying and run with it, rather than actually thinking about it and saying, okay, what does that mean? How does that work? And I see this all the time with people when they respond to USFT, because what they'll do is they'll say, well, that's not in the conclusions of the paper. That's not what they said. Well, of course that's not what they said, but that's what the implications of this are. They're not going to go out and jump out and say, well, creation's true, we have to abandon evolution. But they will say, well, we've got this problem here, and we've got this thing here that we found this evidence, and then in the conclusions and discussions and conclusions, they'll spin to try and make it fit. But if you actually look at the raw data, a lot of times they're really having to put a spin job on it, an industrial-sized washing machine, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
And,
So many good points there.
Somebody's reverbing back and forth. If you guys could turn that down, but yeah, you're absolutely correct. But Sally, and this is an interrogative, not a rhetorical question. When you're using the word, because I was kind of confused, and you know, as I've told you, I'm not in your field whatsoever. But when you're using fitness, are you using fitness as a paradigm to an ultimate evolutionary piece, or are you using fitness with respect to optimization of what we see, you know, in parallel to engineering feats that are seen in the creation of animals, you know, the eagle's eye and the optimization of a wing on a gull, or something like that? Is that how you're using the word fitness?
I was trying to use and say this is, when we say an organism is fit for an environment, it's adapted to an environment. That's what how I was trying to use the notion, and Dapper did put a, you know, because this is again trying to figure out how to what's the best way to express things without confusing the issue. Tiger Gin, let me try to get you in there. Tiger Gin, I lost someone. I would like to use that, because when we say something is fit to operate in an environment, anyone that, because I was in the defense industry, you have to build equipment that's fit to operate in an environment. It's like, that's just so
Sure.
basic.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm having to, yeah.
I guess the way it came across to me, you know, being kind of a rookie on that, was because he kept alluding to fitness with respect to the development of a species to be stronger, faster, and that's why he kept using that gym analysis. And I think that the term fitness, colloquially, it might not be the best term to use. It might be, you might be better off using an engineering term such as, and I would be careful using the word adaptability, because that feeds right into the evolutionary argument. But using some other kind of term to denote the complexity in creation that we see with respect to all the different kinds of animals, and that how speciation, you know, can't come from adaptability, rather it comes from God. And so, you know, I'm not, and again, I just offer that up, and I'm by far no, you know, don't have the engineering mind that you do, but some kind of a different engineering terminology perhaps might fit the bill better, you know, than using the word fitness, because the fitness, you know, immediately transposes over to a term of
Evolution.
Like, well, to evolution, but also to the you know, common parlance of being in the gym. And again, I just offer that as he kept saying that an animal has to rise to you know, the level of fitness so that it can reproduce. And he kept going back to, well, nature doesn't matter, it doesn't care about that kind of stronger, faster. All it cares about is reproducing. So there's kind of a wedge that you can throw in there in several different terms, but the whole axiom that you were trying to use with that just seemed to be kind of confusing to me anyway.
Well, I think, unfortunately, evolutionary biologists have affected the culture enough that the word has gotten redefined, just like the word gay. I mean,
yeah,
I can't think of, I'm sorry I have to use that word, but that's just, that's the one that came off the top of my head.
Sure.
And so words do change. And I'm in agreement with you. If I could find a better word, I would. But maybe we'll just keep searching. So,
well, you got into the point of when you were talking about the magnetic compass that is inherent in birds. The shark, and trust me, I know all about sharks. Unfortunately, but we had to beat the crap out of them in Camp Lejeune one night. We got hit by tiger sharks, but yeah, that was a fun night. But that kind of specificity with respect to things that are given to animals in speciation that is separate from adaptability is something that's really a knockout blow, because there's nothing else that can explain it, and and then you can regress back into there are no transitional fossils and a lot of other arguments for that.
I think there's just a tad of an echo, and I don't know how to mute people. All the things to learn. Tiger Jin, thank you for joining us, and apologies profusely for me having some problems working with the Restream. So welcome.
Well, I think there was problems on my end. I know for whatever reason these live streams, they don't like my camera being turned off, so I have to show my ugly face here. But I wanted to jump in on the bad design arguments that often occurs, like why did God create viruses? Why did he create autism and things like that? And I feel like the good answer for that is, first, they're assuming that God created these things, that it was something that always existed. Do we have evidence that autism existed in the earliest humans?
No, we have good evidence that we're getting more and more heritable diseases over time. I think I just did not have time to engage and to get, I was already getting so technical because Dapper was saying genetic entropy has been refuted. I'm just like, I don't think so, because I talked to NIH researchers and epidemiologists. They're very concerned with what's happening to us. They have to, that's part of their job, to be studying heritable diseases, and it's a big concern.
Yeah, and I think a good part of it is a bit of a hard truth that a lot of these genetic diseases are coming from dysgenics. Essentially, people now with technology, people that are not as strong and healthy as other people are reproducing, whereas in our ancient past, if you had some kind of genetic disease, or even if you were just less intelligent, you died off, or you didn't reproduce, you didn't get married and have kids or anything. And so I feel like that's another reason why a lot of, it's a bit of a uncomfortable truth, but I think that's why a lot of more mental illnesses and genetic defects are coming about, and it's not something that you can necessarily point the finger at God about.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think theologically you have to be careful with that as well. Now, R.C. Sproul might go in that direction, that God created, the evil because R.C. Sproul was an absolute sovereign proponent, whereas a lot more of the evangelical community believes that God takes his hand off of things and then Satan will run wild. And so I'd have to agree with Tyrogen on that. Is when we get into the problem of evil with respect to biology, that's going to be a pretty heady subject, I think.
Actually, I'm thinking about doing a series on it, and I have my opinions, and I'm not going to try to suppress opposing ones, because it is a delicate subject. And so my feeling is just 2 Corinthians 4:17. Whatever the cause, the important thing is if you know Christ, you're
Sure.
solves everything.
Yep.
I know that those questions are deep, and it may cause doubts that why God would let this happen. But if we know Christ, that solves everything. And that's why I'm delighted to study all these things in nature. It's like, yeah, it's so clear that a mind beyond anything, because only God could build some of the things that we see in biology, because the way it does some of it is better than some of our defense technology. I talked to uh, a radar physicist, and he's like, yeah, that's pretty impressive what that shark can do.
Yeah, I can attest to that through all the diving time I did in SEAL delivery vehicles. Dolphins could always find us. One of the number one things we were always worried about when penetrating a harbor, did they have any trained dolphins? Because the dolphins could find us.
Wow.
And you're going up against a 300-pound bull dolphin. Forget about it. so we had to do a lot of planning on that. But the sonar capability of a dolphin is just incredible. And but yeah, absolutely. You go into those design characteristics of each species, and but I would stay away from the adaptability argument, because that feeds into the evolutionary narrative. But man, it was really interesting argument you guys made tonight, and Dapper had a couple points, but again, in the personification of I think IHI was saying. IHI is that what's his name?
Call him Emery.
Emery. Okay.
Maybe you could change that somehow to Emery or E.
Yeah, but he was absolutely spot on. And when they start to personify it, you say, well, how is there a teleological means for that? Where do you see that? Why would it happen? Why does one species then move into another? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, because there's no mechanism to do that, on a philosophy of science kind of level. So.
And I'm coming at this, and over the last year, it's like I'm tired of the creation evolution debate to some extent. I've been worn out. But the thing that has lifted my soul is to study biology just as God's creation and work. Because I focus so much on just like trying to argue with evolutionists. But now that I've met creationists, it's like they're on my side. I want to just teach them about what God has made. And people like, especially who are engineers or in the defense industry, it's like, look what God has made. And I can tell you that there's been sometimes a worshipful and prayerful sense when we begin to, it's almost like we see a miracle unfold before our eyes once we learn about these things. So what I mean is, I'm now kind of more on a mission to teach Christian creationists. It's like there's more to this than just trying to argue against evolutionary biogenesis. They're beautiful works of God that you might be missing out on. And that's why in my private group, we've been able to have almost 100 meetings in the last year alone, because as we study the works of God, it just encourages us. It's like, yeah, he's there. He's left a witness. So that was one thing that was so fun to talk about tonight, was that I got to highlight a little bit about the birds. And that's kind of more where I'm going to be focusing, because and then I do kind of like
your YouTube channel and your website, because I would be very interested in getting access to science taught from a creationist perspective.
Yes. So just to fill you in, you're able to navigate to this particular stream, and you should be able to click to evidence and reasons. And then I'll tell you a really easy way to do this. I'm going to type it in the chat. Just go to www.evidenceandreasons.org, which I'm really glad that I managed to get that domain name. And when you go in there, you'll see where it says YouTube channel. So if you ever lose the YouTube channel, you'll be able to find the YouTube channel. So you might want to try it right now if you can. So welcome, Mr. McEarthur, Mr.
Yes,
E. Arthur. And welcome
Anyway,
Scott
that's all
Ferguson.
I got. Thank you. I'll be signing
Well,
off.
alrighty. Thank you for joining us. Well,
Hey,
Sandy,
I
we might
gotta
have a lot of fun on this channel.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to split. I got to get to bed. But
Yeah. Well, you know
yeah.
what?
Yeah, well done
If there's-
tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna. I look forward to talking to you, or I can try to have a private conference with you on Thursday
Yeah.
to talk about church matters and the DC area.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got those feelers out to a couple of organizations, so hopefully we'll hear back from them and start this ball rolling, as best we can. So and I, I think you should just keep concentrating on the channel. Let me do this other outside work and see if I can cash in on some blue chips here that the Lord has provided. So early on, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But is Mom doing all right?
She's doing all right, and I'm going to have to take care of her. So I hope some more people join the stream. And I wanted to tell you, 240 people showed up live, but usually the big crowd that comes in is the recordings.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
So I'm hoping that we'll get some people to view it and join the channel. But I'm planning on building out, working on it this year. So we'll talk again, and I hope.
Okay.
You get to rest, and thanks for
shout out
up.
to Doki Doki Bible for reposting the stream here so I could get in. So, all right, brother. I will talk to you tomorrow or Thursday. Okay.
All righty. Take care.
Right, God bless.
God bless. Dr. Dan, I haven't debated anyone since you. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to. It's getting late for me. I just left Dapper's after show, but I just wanted to come over and just tell you how enjoyable I thought that conversation was. That was really fun to watch and listen to. So nice job.
Oh, thank you. I hope we could do some fun things together. Not talk about creation evolution. I would like to actually study biology. I have a lot of holes in my understanding. And so your biology quiz, I probably will pass only half of it, and I need to go through that. I need to set a good example for other people to say I don't know something.
I mean, you would be welcome to do it if you wanted to, but you're not really the intended. You're not the intended person because you. I mean, if I can say it this, in your conversations with me and your conversations with Dapper and some of your other stuff I've watched, you have humility. So there's an acknowledgement that there are limits to where you have expertise and where you don't. So it's not then that's not really the point of it. The point is to tease out where those are, and you acknowledge where those limits are. So you're good. That's
So, okay.
But we should absolutely connect and do some other stuff, because we could definitely have some fun conversations about this, I think.
Yes, I mean, I would like to learn how to teach biology. I mean,
I don't know if I'm a good person, because all I do, I just talk about it is what I do, and my students laugh because I just say I just talk about it. It's really that just
natural to you.
It's just. Me, I'm a giant nerd, right? So, and by the way, speaking of giant nerd, you got a legit laugh out loud when Dapper said that nobody he'd ever debated could get the correct units for entropy, and you immediately were like, boom, joules per Kelvin. And that one of my favorite moments in a stream that I've heard. That was legitimately funny, and I just want the audience to appreciate how funny that moment was, because that was very enjoyable. That was overall just a really enjoyable thing to watch. And what I actually just said over on Dapper's after show as I was leaving was, it's rare that you have an evolution creationism conversation and everybody that watched leaves better informed than when they came in. But I think that's what happened tonight. So that was there were no downsides to that conversation. That was great. That was just overall really.
Thank you.
I wish all the conversations could be like that. That's great. Nice job.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I haven't had a chance to look at your biology stack stuff. I have so many projects on the
Yeah.
and I wanted to get around to it, and oh my goodness, then this channel started working. I'm just for your information, Dr. Sanford has generously paid out of his own pocket my salary for the last 6.5 years. He's getting older.
Nice of him.
And
Wow.
the contract is starting to wind down, and so hence I'm finding, I'm going to try to build out this channel. I don't know that I'll get any significant revenue from it, but I do want to write books, and
Nice.
I'm going to be homebound for a while because I'm taking care of mom, and it's a good problem to have because she's still alive, and I'm grateful for that. So that's I just wanted to fill you in on my situation. I'm still working for Dr. Sanford, but I'm not. I cut my hours. I keep cutting down my hours by mutual agreement. So this is why you'll probably see more of me on this channel.
Well, good. I'm looking forward to it. I think there'll be a bunch of interesting conversations coming up, and I'm hoping I can. I was during the initial quarantine, I was doing a lot, and then new child, and then back to work, and now I've been doing very.
When did
little.
that happen? I mean,
that was August. Yeah. So.
Oh, congratulations!
Thank you.
How many? You have 3 now?
2. Yeah, 2. Yeah, so now it's an almost 3-year-old and a several months old, and it's oh boy, there's no time for stuff. Which is why here I am at it's after midnight now, and this is when there's time to do this instead of at a reasonable hour. But that's okay. It's great. It's super fun. It's just
I'm sorry that you never had the chance to meet Helen Fisher. She is my favorite evolutionary. She's an evolutionary anthropologist, and her being a visiting professor, I could probably understand that she may not even be physically on campus very much, but she is like my favorite.
Yeah, I had never, until you mentioned it, I had never, I didn't know the name, but it's, yeah, I don't even know I don't know if she's still there, but so once we're back on campus, so where my office is, I'm kind of like stuck in a corner of campus, but where my office is actually 1 floor below the anthropology department. So
yeah, could you look? Are you able to, since you're faculty, could you look and see if she's still?
Yeah, I'll look. Yeah, I'll look. Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, I see where the office is. That's actually the next building over, but it's like right. I can see it practically from my office. Yeah, it's yeah, nice. I'll definitely check. I'll reach out if once we can actually see people again.
Right, because I mean, I was fascinated. She just for the audience benefit, Helen Fisher she's like the love doctor. She studied romantic love her whole life, and it's kind of an interesting story. She got married, got divorced after 6 months, and she spent the rest of her life trying to figure out what love is after that. I don't know quite the connection. She mentioned it once that that experience kind of triggered her interest in trying to study why love succeeds and why it fails. And she did just huge studies devoted to it. She was looking among the first pioneers of using MRIs to study couples, or MRIs or CAT scans.
Interesting.
And to map, she could see the differences in brains of people that were in love versus ones that were going through grief or a breakup. So I found that was interesting. I just
nice.
Not that it had anything directly to do with the evolution creation debate. I just found it fascinating. And I've often said, if anyone would have persuaded me, it would have been Helen Fisher, because she's just brilliant. And so I was like, oh man, you're there at Rutgers University and you haven't met her. So
yeah, it's funny. You get there's people I see all the time, and then if you don't specifically cross paths with somebody, because there's other anthropology people where if you share the same front door, the same staircase or something, it's like, oh hey, it's like you see people everywhere. But yeah, it's just a matter of crossing paths. Rutgers is so big that sometimes you see people, sometimes you don't. But anyway, I'm gonna go to bed now because it's quite late. But I just wanted to pop in and tell you how much I enjoyed that conversation.
All right, thank you.
That was really fun, and I hope there's more stuff like that down the road. I hope we can connect and talk about stuff at some point. So have a great night, and
you too. An early Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thanks. You
too.
Take
care.
See if I can figure out how to leave.
Leave. I actually don't know how to.
Upper right
Oh,
corner.
there it is.
I'm not
I got
going to
it.
kick you out.
I got it.
You have to leave yourself. Slam RN says, couldn't you found another show besides Smokey as a case for drama? I try not to search it out, so that was the only one that I could think of. If you have any suggestions for our viewers, if they want internet drama, by all means, put it here on the channel, and I'll be sure to, if I remember, I'll be sure to try to reference that in the future. So, but anyway, Emery, it's just you and me, and I don't know if I'm going to have to shut the stream down.
I understand, man. It's after midnight here, so I will not be offended if you decide to go to bed.
So I'm going to try to have you on sometime,
Sure.
and you could just tell me, tell the audience what a little bit about yourself that you'd like them to know.
Sure.
And I have to tell you, I'm really grateful that I've met someone. Anyone's welcome to join the stream. I just put the link. Otherwise, I'll shut down in not too long. Usually, if John Maddox is here, everything's a lot more lively. He'll he'll get all sorts of people to join. I really want to thank Dr. Dan for dropping in. He's from the other side, but we were able to work through a pretty acrimonious relationship until we actually debated each other face to face this past summer, and we were able to just be civil, even though we're very, very committed to our positions. This is like two opponents on the battlefield trying to just learn to respect each other. So yes, a brief, quiet prayer for John Maddox. He injured his finger. I got it secondhand from Doki Doki. He was practicing throwing knives or something. I don't know about that. So,
knowing John, that's not out of the possibility.
oh my goodness. So yes, anyone please join. And I really need to take a little bit of break to administer medicine to my mom. Otherwise, I'm going to have to shut this.
Sure, I can talk for a few minutes, Sal, if you need to go. That I can make up something if I need to.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So
and please, someone join the stream. Lena, you got to join the stream. Just bail us out here.
Yeah, you can come talk quantum mechanics. So that's something I know absolutely nothing about. So, so I'll let Sal go. You can go take care of your mom, Sal. I'll pretend like I know what I'm talking about for the next 10 minutes. Okay, so I get to talk off the top of my head for the next couple of minutes. It just as an FYI, I don't have like mod privs back here, so if somebody joins, you're gonna have to wait till Sal gets back. So I'm kind of reiterate what I was talking about. What koala argument are you talking about? Hate, love, nothing. I have only vaguely followed the live chat tonight. Basically, I've been responding if somebody has actually added me. And I was doing graduate school during the debate, so if there was something going on during the debate. No, and you don't terrorize anybody with your accent. You don't terrorize anybody with your accent. But to kind of go back to where we were with the debate, I think, and the whole fitness question, and Sal can always come to me if I make some egregious error. But you know, fitness as a concept is something that was borrowed. The phrase "survival of the fittest" didn't begin with Darwin. It was picked up by. It came from a different English author. I believe it was Herbert Spencer, if I recall, and his application was more to. If I recall, was to economics, not to actually science. But Darwin picked it up. He liked the phrase and he used it. Darwin's use of it, though, is not what it means today. It's been kind of rewritten, as it were, and Fisher had a lot to do with that in the early 1930s, as Fisher was kind of codifying what natural selection was. He used what Sal talks about with Fisher's fundamental theorem. And basically what you ended up with was... what we see today is this version of differential reproduction, because basically the original way of survival of the fittest was very, very circular. And the evolutionary community realized this and said, well, we can't do that. and so they moved to the differential reproduction scenario. And I'm not entirely convinced that differential reproduction is not plausible potentially in some instances, but I don't think we can do an across-the-board definition of fitness as differential reproduction for the sole reason that, where do you stop drawing that line? That's right. It's called a tautology. It's basically a way of saying the same thing twice if you use that particular phrasing. The differential reproduction is it sounds a lot less problematic on its face, because if you are just basically judging, okay, well, who has the most offspring wins. Well, yes and no, because for one thing, that focuses the goal of life becomes solely reproducing, and now that may be the case for animals, but I've actually done some research on what's called interspecific adoption, where we have organisms that will actually adopt animals that are not related in any way. They're not animals that are not the same species. They're not even usually the same biblical kind. And what you find, and actually, I remember this specifically a statement from a paper that I believe was on this. This happened with penguins, and the author made the specific statement that that this doesn't make sense because kin selection is unattainable. And basically, the what happens is they'll argue that fitness is increased by taking care of other members with the same genes, which is why we supposedly take care of our family, like Sal's doing. And basically that's their explanation for altruism is, we take care of kin because it increases the chance of our genes being passed on to the population. But this doesn't work because you have animals that violate this a lot. It's a fairly common problem. There's actually an article on the Answers in Genesis website that talks about this. Interspecific adoption is a fairly common thing. Apparently, it happens in birds quite a bit. It happens in other animals as well. And so you start getting into the nitty gritty of fitness, and you realize that there's as Sal said, there's a bunch of holes in the argument. But because for a couple of reasons, for various reasons, people don't tend to question what the scientists say. Now, there's a couple of reasons for this. And yes, Len, I just saw the comment. Yes, fitness is very relative. It is very, very relative. Thank you, Doki, for the shout out. I appreciate it, man. I do a lot of biology. I'm hoping to have a couple of different people. Don't tell Sal this, but I'm going to try and get him to come on. But I do try to get people to come on to talk, and I try to address various topics in biology. But getting back to where I was going with fitness is very relative. It's very much environmentally dependent. And you actually see this, like the famous example of Darwin's finches. What happens in Darwin's finches is you have a change in beak size. And this is a famous evidence that people use for evolution. It's not actually an evidence for evolution. You do get some changing involved, but it actually oscillates. It actually oscillates between, depending on the environmental conditions. So basically what happens is you have, and there's a paper on this I can find and link to later, but basically the goal is, what happens is you have the finch population that has small beaks, and you have large beaks in the same population. You have a change in the environment, and one of those beak sizes becomes more prominent because it happens to work better in that particular environment. But because as the environment swings, so does the finch beak size. So essentially, you have what the Grant's termed oscillating selection, where because the fitness of the different phenotypes oscillated back and forth depending on the environmental conditions. And I think if we put enough time and effort into a lot of these different examples of what would be considered fitness increasing, I think we'd see a lot more of that. The Grant spent 20 or 30 years on the Galapagos Islands following the Darwin's finches around. But most studies aren't that long term. Most studies go 1, 2, maybe 3 years, because for one thing, it's tough to get a grant to go for 30 years. And two, most people just aren't that dedicated. They don't want to spend that much time. And so what I unfortunately see is fitness kind of becomes this. Well, we have this increase of fitness, but what does that mean? All it means is that the organism offspring happen to survive better in that particular environment. According to the evolutionists. But if the environment changes, and this is what Dapper was talking about during the debate with the fitness landscape. Let me go actually define what fitness landscape is, because Dapper talked about it, but didn't really explain it all that well, I don't think. So basically, what fitness landscape is, you got this. It's like a map. Think of fitness landscape like a topography map. So you've got rolling hills, you've got mountains, you've got valleys, and if you're in the valley, you're not fit. You're not producing many or any viable offspring that survive and reproduce. If you're up the hills, maybe you're a little bit more fit. And if you're on top of the mountain, you're maximal fit. And basically the argument is that, well, evolution is trying to always go up those hills. But as the landscape changes, different organisms that maybe are on the mountaintop, maybe the landscape changes and now they're in a valley. All right, and that's the explanation that these folks give. But when you go into start talking about fitness landscapes, it's entirely environmentally dependent. It's all relative. It is entirely relative. And you can make the argument with a fitness landscape that it's not just about reproduction. You could argue for morphology using a fitness landscape idea. Now they don't, or at least most of them don't, but that you could go there. And because fitness landscape is completely independent of whether or not fitness is defined as differential reproduction, or whether fitness is defined as, the organisms that are best suited to the environment survive. But it is very environmentally dependent. I've done some digging around in the literature. And basically what you end up with is there's not a whole broad consensus among population geneticists as to what they even mean by fitness. There's quite a bit of arguing, and that paper I shared earlier, or actually Sal shared for me earlier, and he's shared back into the chat a couple of times since then. What you find is that Crimbus basically argues that we don't really have a good definition of fitness because it's all completely relative. And because it's completely relative, you can't really make an argument for absolute fitness using their terminology. And Sal and Sandy were talking about this earlier. I hate the word fitness because it's so poorly defined. It can mean just about anything you want it to mean. Now, obviously, they do try to keep a somewhat standardized version to talk about fitness, but realistically, it's so broadly used, particularly when people start talking about the common vernacular. It's tough to work with, and I really wish we could come up with a better word, but we don't seem to have that, and I don't think that evolutionary biology is going to move away from Darwin's word. But if with fitness, Wilford, Mr. Wilford, you'll have to wait till Sal gets back to the computer to discuss that. I don't have any I don't have any say on that stuff. So, but fitness is interesting. Like, I don't get into the math. That's Sal's department. He's got the brains for math. That's fine. I don't. But just reading through the flow of logic and the way they talk about it and the way they explain it, I have some very serious reservations about how it's currently being defined. And if fitness is being defined incorrectly currently, and we'll just assume for the sake of argument that it is, that has impacts on other stuff. Like, we start talking about natural selection, we start talking about beneficial mutations, all those things we could get into, and I'm not going to go there because somebody who's is available Sal's back to talk. So hopefully I didn't say anything too unintelligent while you were listening there, Sal.
Thank you. First off, I just removed my headset or my earbuds. Mm-hmm. Can you hear? Can you
still hear you?
Hearing any echo?
No echo at all.
George Bond is in the house. You're welcome to come. And Doki, I forgot to thank you very much for providing links when I couldn't type. to join the stream. So if Mr. Bond, would you like to join? And oh, I recognize the handle, Mr. Wilford. Would you care to join, Mr. Wilford? And let's see. I'm forgetting names. I'm trying to remember who's who, and I'm terrible with names. It can be really embarrassing. I also have some problem recognizing faces, which here with just the icons, that's not a big deal. Just thought I'd mention it.
It's fine, Sal. Like I'm the thing with the way the internet works, people have like 5 different names they'll use. So remembering names on the internet is like, oh yeah, sure, I remember you totally.
So Mr. Wilford, we're not talking about anything. We're talking a little bit about the debate, but we're just kind of shooting the breeze also a little bit. And Creo Debunk is here. You're welcome to join the stream, anyone, because otherwise I'm going to have to shut down the stream, which is okay because this isn't goodbye. I'm expecting some exciting things on the channel. Oh, John, you got to tell us what's going on. Our knife thrower, boy, the stories keep getting bigger and bigger about what you did. And were you out there fighting off some criminals and you injured yourself when you threw a knife at him?
No, I put it in the chat what happened earlier. I was doing dishes and I sliced my finger open pretty deeply with a knife. No adventures of the violent category. Resulting in
the rumors just kept growing. The story that was there got better as time went on. Dogi started circulating the idea that you're practicing throwing knives, and everyone. We're glad to hear you're okay. Did you have to go to the hospital get stitches or?
I mean, some people probably would have. I have not. Yeah, I went to Kroger, got some of that liquid sealant stuff, put everything back together, bandaged myself up. I'm okay. I'll survive.
Spoken like a soldier there.
Well, the way I look at it is it's not that bad. I mean, these days, I mean, if you go to a hospital or whatever, they're likely to want to do something to protect themselves from lawsuit that might not be necessary. So I'm fine. But anyway.
So, Sal, just as an FYI for future, you probably should not have me hold down the fort for you. We went from like 19 viewers down to 10 while I was talking, but as soon as you came back in the picture, it started going back up again.
Well, that's the purpose of holding down the fort, until reinforcements could come. And
so why are you using Restream instead of StreamYard?
Because I'm cheap SOB and I'm just trying to learn things.
So
I really did. I really wanted to learn which platform is good before I invest and commit. And there are a few things that are a little better with Restream. I've tried Streamlabs, and I know I just can't work it. And so that's a little bit of the reason why, because I'm just starting out. And there's some features that Restream has that I haven't figured out how to do with StreamYard. Apparently, you might have solved the problem. So maybe I don't have a good answer for you.
All right. Well, you know that StreamYard has you don't have to do it for the year. You can just do it month to month.
All right. See, I learned something. So I think I'm going to just keep exercising it. This was also a little bit an open mics kind of an opportunity to practice what platforms. And James almost sold me on Streamlabs until I tried it, and I was horrified. Now, actually, Modern Day Debate apparently has transitioned to StreamYard. So that's a little data point. And someone's...
Hold on. James was like hardcore about Zoom. And I mean, my last debate was on Zoom. Is he shifting over to StreamYard?
this round. So DD, welcome. I'm sorry if I don't recognize the handle.
Think Top Hat, Sal.
Top Hat.
Yep, that's me. Oh wait, I should say my Dapper Dino. Yeah, sorry, that's me.
Oh,
yeah, and I just had you guys go. You guys are on my channel too because I'm just streaming this, and so yeah, so I basically abandoned my meeting to come say hi to you guys because you guys deserve me to say hi to you too, not just those guys I was chatting to. So
hey, and Joules per Kelvin.
No, that was awesome. I really appreciate that because I have had so many people bring up the second law of thermodynamics and not be able to say the first thing about it. And I hate that. Yes. It's like, if you're going to talk about the second law of thermodynamics, you need to know what the darn thing is. I don't know why that's complicated, but for some people it is.
Some people said they laughed when you mentioned that. So,
yeah, well, I'm really happy that some people got that joke, and it's not even really a joke, but it really is funny how many people are like, oh, second law of thermodynamics disproves evolution. It's like, all right, can you tell me anything about thermodynamics besides your really bad version of what the second law is?
You know, I feel the exact same way in relation to information theory and communication theory and the vast majority of the at least the YouTube evos.
Yeah, and also I know who IHI is, but I'm not sure who L and K are.
K is Creo debunk. L is logical, plausible, probable.
Ah, okay, so that's
John Maddox.
So K is John. Okay, got it.
No, L is. I think L is me.
Oh, L is John. Okay, sorry.
So
yeah, and K is Creo.
Sidebar. Sal, like this thing doesn't give me an option to put up an icon. Like, what the heck, man? I am not a fan of this restream.
That is something that the StreamYard does better because I can just have my logo up there rather than my image, rather than 3 letters, which would make it a lot easier to identify who I am.
Okay, no, this is really good feedback. See, this is why I wanted to try it out.
And I guess for me to have my letters show, I think I'm just test. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So if you want to have more letters than one show up, you got to do spaces. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I just came over from my chat where we were talking about all sorts of crazy stuff, but I think one of the things that everyone said on my end was how much they enjoyed the discussion and how everyone found it informative and pleasant to listen to, and that there was actual engagement, which is not always the case in these kinds of debates. So I just want to, from my after show that I started up to this one, I'm just sending the messages. Everyone was really appreciative of how much we both listened to each other, Sal, and how we engage with each other's arguments on their merits. And while we may not have agreed, we both had interesting and informative points. So, and hey, Doki Doki Bible Club, how you doing?
We had basically the inverse of that, inverse of that conversation here. We were very, very pleased with the engagement and how everybody came off. And
good.
So it was a much better. I hate debates. I just don't like conflict.
Man,
that's fair.
You guys all need to have a little
wait
session. It sounds like you're having a good time with the all the friendliness. So we could have a YouTube little cuddle session.
Well, look, it's all for me as someone who engages in these discussions. It's more fun for me if I can have a discussion where I don't feel like I want to pull my hair out. And as a dinosaur, I don't have much hair to begin with. So and by the way, actually, I think in his image, do you want me to call you that, or you want me to use your first name? What do you want me to do?
Oh, I don't care. Well, I used to be a high school teacher, so I responded just about anything.
Oh, fair enough. I'll just go with Henry if that's okay, because it's quicker than in his image.
Emery, but yes.
Oh, Emery. I'm sorry. Oh goodness, I've done that twice. Look, you know what? I'm not great with names, but I'm going to go Emery. I'm so sorry.
I mean, you're easy. I just call you a dinosaur, and we're good.
Well, fair. But Emery, I think this is actually the first time we've had any voice interaction, isn't it?
Yes, we've exchanged Twitter messages multiple times, and we've always had a pleasant conversation. Absolutely.
That's one of the things I was telling people over when I was just the Zoom meeting I was on, was that you and I have always had pleasant interactions. And actually, you were sort of the impetus that got this debate rolling, because it was a blog post that you did involving the definition of fitness.
Yeah, I tried to duck out of taking responsibility for that. Sal wouldn't let me.
Well, I let everyone know on my end too that that is what had happened.
Well,
So
Emery is forever labeled as the very confrontational debate instigator.
oh yeah, super mean, super ready to just start a fight and then foist it off on other people, right?
Exactly. Actually, what the way this happened is I emailed Sal because I'm like, you know what? I emailed SFT because I had SFT's email, and I basically said, hey, can you put me in touch with Sal, because Sal knows a whole lot more about fitness than I do. And I mean, I immediately went to the population genetics literature and started reading, but I'm like, I know I'm not going to get enough of this in time to actually have an intelligent conversation about it. At least not at the level that would need to happen in order for that kind of discussion. And Sal and SFT basically said, well, why don't just have Sal do it?
Yeah,
I will take that any day of the week. Sal can have that.
Hey, that's fair enough. Although at some point we still have to discuss your paleontology work.
Yeah,
I've got comments.
Conversations happening behind closed doors. I'm not doing that. I dabble, but that's about it. I have some dinosaur bones though, so I've got a few dinosaur bones. So
I mean, actually, I was going to say, unless you count like chicken bones, but I don't even have any chicken bones, so never mind. Sometimes I have dinosaur bones, but they're never interesting. Well, let's try to make a stock, because then they're great.
VPN. I don't know. Greetings.
Hey, Sal.
Oh, that's David P. Neff.
Yes. Sal, I just wanted to commend you guys for a fantastic debate tonight. But you guys were extremely cordial, extremely respectful, and I learned a lot from the stream. So kudos to both of you for a fabulous debate.
Thank you. Yeah, you said that a bit on the hangout I was having, but like, Sal, I think we had a really enjoyable time for even just for the audience, for both of us. I'm ready to have more discussions with you, Sal. You're on my list of fun people to talk to.
This may sound funny. I have enough enemies. I just don't want to fight. I really just want to learn.
We are not enemies.
There is a lot of priority right now just to relearn what I've forgotten in school. And it's one of those things. Some of the classes I took, I barely learned. Even if I aced it, it's like I knew enough to answer the exam, but I didn't really learn anything.
Oh, believe me, I went through new school. I know.
So now, before I forget, I have to make an announcement. I am a little bit concerned if the channel grows out, and it's something I don't want to have to be dealing with. There's a lot of fighting between certain factions, and it just develops. And someone did point out I did seem to reference Smokey an awful lot, but I couldn't think of it. Drama channel, and no offense to Smokey, he and I are good terms, and so he's getting some free advertising from me for his channel.
Hey,
so
look,
I could think of one.
I'm
but what I wanted
I'm quite
to say
certain that Smokey is just fine with being labeled the attack dog.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as someone who's shy about that.
Yes. So where I was headed with this is this may be one of the last open mics I have. So I just don't want to deal with it. And
that's fair.
As much as I enjoy meeting people, and I'd like to meet them on like specific terms, like it'll be open mic if people want to talk. Like if I have classes on quantum mechanics or mathematics or molecular biology, people are welcome to come, just focus topics. But anything that's just like a free for all tonight, I'm kind of scared if we might jump in. So,
well, I mean, don't be too worried. There's always going to be weird people that jump in. I remember a few people who were a little bit on the crazy side have jumped into my streams, and you get rid of them. But actually, now that I think about it, it's not just Emery that I'm having my first voice conversation with. This is also Creo, Debunk, and John. John, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh no, I don't care.
Okay, yeah, and if you guys really want to, you can call me Tim. It's my first name. It's been public since my debate with Kent Hovind. So
yeah. By the way, Sal, one word of advice that I have for you: if you do open mics and open streams and stuff like that, don't be afraid to hit the mute button, and don't be afraid to kick people out who are causing trouble.
Yeah, that's a pretty important one. Actually, you know who was one of the first people I ever kicked out of a reasonably open mic session was our friend Jason there, Sal, whose strange rant I've played for you before.
I don't know who that is.
That's Faithful, Honest, and True.
Oh yeah, that.
Jason's been kicked out of more than a few live streams.
That doesn't surprise me. He came onto mine immediately talking about people who've been drained of all blood coming back to life and drug overdoses. And it was just like, I have no idea what's even happening anymore. And then he just kept interrupting Erica. So I said, you got to stop. And then he didn't. So he was out. But, hey.
Well, LPP, John Maddox here had a stream that lasted 6 hours last night.
I don't know how you do it, John. I'll be honest.
Well, John said he was going to end that stream in about 2 hours, and I came back about 2 hours later, and he was still going. And I'm like, what on earth? I left. I thought you were done.
Okay. So I survived. I made it about 3.5 hours, and then I passed out and let a lot of times with those, if there's a bunch of people still going, sometimes what I'll do is just be like, okay, anybody that wants to come in, like, get your ass in the stream now, because I'm done. And then, when the last part, I'll wait for like 5 minutes, and if somebody hops in, cool. And then, I'll just, obviously I don't leave if there's like people I'm worried about going nuts,
right.
doing crazy stuff. But as long as it's, people I'm comfortable with leaving, then I'll just go to sleep and let them keep talking.
I guess
the longest one that's ever happened ended up going like 13 hours.
My goodness.
This was like 4 or 5 months ago, and it was after a debate. Turned into it was a pretty big stream for a while, and I made it like 8 hours, and finally was like, okay, I'm done. But there was it was packed. There were still like 40 people in the watching, and like maxed out room. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm done. Later, have fun, y'all. And I woke up at like 10 a.m. the next morning, and they were still going.
Oh my goodness!
And I was like, oh, okay.
I gotta be honest. That it's one of the reasons why I there are times where I would like to tune into a stream that you're doing on like an after show or something, but then I think to myself, I feel like I'm gonna feel obligated to watch the whole thing, and I don't know if I physically can.
No, I mean, to be honest, I try to keep, at least for the first couple of hours, I try to keep the after show debate after show live streams. I try to keep them pretty focused, like, hey, initially let's what'd you think about the debate, who won, lost, best one-liners, what'd you think overall, that kind of thing. And then kind of do round robin stuff, and then if it's any of the people from the debate come in, kind of go back and forth with them, and then I'll kind of let it degenerate into madness.
Okay, hold up. I'm someone from the other side of the debate, so I want to hear everyone's harshest criticisms.
The harshest criticisms that I could give is both of you guys did well. You guys were too respectful. Debate blood sports. You mean you should? Well, you mean your guys?
I did point out that Sal is way too green.
Yeah, you guys were too respectful. That wasn't in the debates.
All right. Well, what about Emery? What do you think? What was the worst thing that I did in that whole thing? Come on, lay into me here. I can take it.
I mean, a lot of the stuff you said is straight out of the population genetics literature, so I didn't have a whole lot to quibble with.
Fair.
I disagree with your interpretations of quite a bit of it, but I don't. When it came to like actually making factual errors, I don't think you made too many of those. The only thing I heard, I can't remember exactly how you phrased it at the beginning of the debate, but you said something along the lines of fitness is differential reproduction, and you went on a couple of words and you said because it involves reproduction or something like that. And I found that definition to be rather circular. I don't know if that's the correct. I don't know if you just maybe said it the wrong way, but I thought, oh, that doesn't ring. That doesn't ring right.
Okay.
But I mean, honestly, I have very little to quibble about. As I said, I hate debates, and I loved that. That was amazing.
Oh, good. Well,
So,
I'm really happy
like,
about that.
Normally, like the last debate I watched on Modern Day Debate was the one LPP did with and that was such a train wreck. I almost vowed never to watch a debate again.
You're talking about the dumpster
yes,
fire?
That dumpster fire.
So you didn't watch the me and Mark Drysdale against people who think dinosaurs are a hoax?
I would have been on your side.
Oh, I know. Praise I am that I am was also on my side on that one.
I watched about 20 minutes of that, and I like popped in and out, and I'm like, okay, so
yeah.
The girl, I'm like, what is she even on this debate for? She's like acting like she's in a high school class of like, oh, I'm really curious to learn about these things. And I'm like, so you're debating that they're a hoax while admitting you don't know what the heck you're talking about.
So
I don't even know, like, how are you even here right now? That's what blew my mind.
I would say there's a few things. One, I would say Alex didn't give her much of a chance to talk. And I think she probably would have had more to say if he had, well, quite frankly, shut up a bit more. But she was on my after show for quite a while. And then her boyfriend came in around the midpoint or so. And after she left, he stayed on for a while. And there was a much more, I think, productive discussion at that point where Alex, who, as far as I'm concerned, is just not worth talking to. Well, he wasn't there, so.
Yeah, Alex, I think Alex is one of the people who should not be platformed.
Yeah, I don't know about not platforming. That's going too far. But all I have to say is if you have if you have a like ready to go green screen and you wear a suit and tie while doing a debate on MDD, something is wrong with you.
Yeah, it's a little weird. And also, he seemed to be channeling Alex Jones. And I'm like, I'm not sure if that's the route you want to go, dude. But hey, you do you.
If you're going to deny that dinosaurs exist, you may as well go full Alex Jones. I mean,
I guess that's fair, yeah.
Honestly, I would say that even Alex Jones would not go that far.
You know what, though? Okay, here's my favorite Alex Jones thing. So you know how every once in a while he goes on a rant about how certain politicians are actually like demons in disguise or something? A number of people have set his rants to Doom, like Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal trailers. And it's amazing because he's there ranting and screaming about demons while you're seeing the Doom guy killing demons in the trailer. And I'm just like, yes, this is the best use of Alex Jones.
Well, the irony about Alex, I've followed Alex Jones for, at this point, I don't know, 15 years, off and on. And the irony about Alex Jones is in the 90s, he was nuts. And then he got a little bit more sane in the like mid 2000s.
I'm going to have to take your word on that one, but okay.
And then I think now, here's the thing with Jones, there's like this weird mix of some of the stuff that he says and talks about and what actually is true. And I think at this point he's been following like the level of like the corruption that goes on in the world for so long that it's finally gotten to him. And I've been noticing it quite a bit in this, this past like couple of years. Like you can see it in his eyes. Like he's even admitting it, like that he's close to cracking. And it's rather interesting. And the weird thing, like I said, the weird thing with him is I think he's balanced the line of like genius and insanity for so long that it's like I don't know which way he's tipping, but he's on the edge of cracking one way or the other.
Fair enough. But also, John, I want to know what's your give me your attack take. I want to hear the harshest thing you have to say about my performance tonight.
You might regret that.
Maybe.
Honestly, my biggest attack, and this goes to you too, Sal, is you two. I mean, you two are just too nice.
Oh, yeah, so basically just what I said.
I mean, it's like, okay, is anybody here to win? Like, what are we doing? Is this debate?
We argued in favor of our position.
Or is like nerd dialogues? What it really boiled down to.
That can be a bit of both, can't it?
No, I'm kidding. But no, in all seriousness, the the debate was fine.
Okay.
I do, however, think, and this applies to both of you, that
Okay.
there's not enough assertion of when you like actually think your opponent is wrong. Like well, I respect your opinion, and I think that I don't think you're trying to mislead anybody.
Well, part of this, I don't think he is.
No. Well, I know.
I don't think Sal's
there we
trying to
go,
mislead
right
people.
there.
No. That's my
all over again.
I know.
Well, I know you operate in perspective of like people, good faith and such. I think it, however, in the context of this overall topic, we are kind of discussing something that has a modicum of importance in relation to our very existence. So it's like, okay, let's pick one. And I think one of the other aspects of this, where I'm going with all this, is, and Tim, I don't think this, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you're like a hardcore atheist or anything of that nature, right? You're more of a kind of, you don't know, right?
So I actually don't answer questions about my religious views or lack thereof, mostly because I have yet to talk about anything where I thought it was relevant. So I'm very much open to whatever metaphysical implications come out of scientific conclusions or even other arguments. Like I've heard some pretty decent arguments about various metaphysical things that include naturalism and non-naturalism and all sorts of stuff. And I just don't ever feel like the discussions I have, my personal religious views really do matter to the discussion. But I would also say, I'm not here to be an anti-theist.
Right. Cool. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. And I'm fine with you taking that position. That's totally valid one. Where I'm going with all this and the point I'm making is that in the YouTube universe, for sure, and I would say in the anti-theist community, for sure, absolutely. In spite of their common denial of evolutionary theory having any bearing on their worldview, if you actually pay attention to what they say, evolutionary theory is one of their primary supposed debunking positions for theism, and they rely on it ad nauseum. And it's like, this means absolutely nothing to me. And then it's like, there is no God because evolution is true. And it's like, well, you just literally said the opposite. It has no bearing on your worldview, and now you're using it as an attack point.
So I can't say that I can speak for all of sort of the pro-evolution YouTube community, but I will say that for me at least, evolution being true does debunk certain versions of theism, but I don't think that it debunks theism per se. Like I don't see any incompatibility between there's a God who is interested in your life and who may intervene to certain degrees with you as well as in history. And I don't even think that it's necessarily incompatible. Actually, I don't think it's incompatible at all with the major truth claims of Christianity about Jesus being the incarnate Son of God. I guess we'll leave the Trinity aside, since apparently that's become a matter of contention recently. So I'm not gonna go there.
Okay, I want to say something. Go ahead.
Oh, but yeah, that was basically my conclusion. Is like, I don't think that evolution being true negates Christianity or most other forms of theism, at least as they're broadly conceived. Like, I think you can be a Muslim who accepts evolution. I think you can be a Christian, a Jew, Hindu. As far as I know, I mean, granted, I know of some versions of Hinduism that's not compatible, but I think you can adapt your theology in a similar way to most religions adapting their theology to things like heliocentrism.
No, and I get what you're saying. And Sal, I'll turn it back over to you in a second. I understand where you're coming from on that. The point I'm making is that the let's just say the most vocal,
that might be,
uses a very aggressive talking point. And
I'm gonna back him on that one. I've been on the receiving end of quite a bit of that, mostly on Twitter. And I mean, I don't tend to block people because I just don't. But there have been a couple that have been like nope, sorry, I've had enough. I don't take the abuse. I take the abuse for a while, but it just gets to a point where nope, I can't do it anymore.
And the line of demarcation is not the point you made about there being. I mean, heck, there's theistic evolutionists. There's all sorts of people. There's tons and tons of people who are, very, very religious, who don't even have. They really don't know anything about biology in general, anyway. So it's like, oh yeah, well that explain. Oh yeah, sure. And they're not even putting it into the equation of their worldview, right?
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm speaking specifically in the context of the quote unquote new atheists, and then of them, really that subset of anti-theists. They use it extraordinarily aggressively. And then I noticed a large number, at least of the ones I've interacted with, of the agnostics, ironically, will use it very aggressively as a supposed one of the major justification points for their I don't know position. Go ahead, Sal. Sorry for we've been talking.
I think I've said that debating is kind of a necessary nuisance to advertise my channel, but I don't view it as winning debates is not actually my goal. It's actually to get advertising, and the other thing is I get free peer review, and just to point something out, among the internet guys, especially in the creationist side, I'm one of the few that's actually getting modest success in this area. And so this is actually a very valuable thing that I can interact and say, did I quote this right? Am I understanding this correct? Would it pass your muster if you were my reviewer?
Wait, Sal, are you counting me as your peer?
Yes, or higher.
Well, that's flattering. Look, if you go with higher. Look, remember when you gave off your credentials at the beginning of this debate, and I said, I got a history degree, guys. So that's very flattering to me, because that's literally my only academic credential is a bachelor's in history.
I respect your knowledge, and the other thing is I want. It's very hard to get through peer review, and I've had to watch the words and just be very, very careful. And of course, I can never do a frontal assault on evolutionary theory. But the second thing is I'm trying to make sure that I teach things accurately. So I'll say, okay, this is both sides will agree on this. We can get up there, and then I can point out, okay, they'll disagree. I'm about to say something that the rest will not agree with, and at least when I can mark and say, okay, if you go to school and you hear something different, I've already warned you that you're going to hear something different, because I have a responsibility if I start teaching classes, either online or tutoring, to teach them accurately.
Yeah.
So that's why, just an example tonight, I actually was kind of like, all right, I'm kind of on the creationist side, and I would like the thermodynamics argument to be accurate, but then I investigated it on my own. I said, we don't do any good service to our side by letting them go off on these arguments that are not good.
And I'll be honest,
terrible.
I said it multiple times in the hangout that I was doing. I appreciate really, really a lot, not only that you have rejected that argument, but that you actually knew the answer to my question that everyone who makes the argument doesn't, which is, how do you measure entropy? What are the units? And you actually knew it, which is like a first for me. So thank you so much. It was so refreshing.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually dimensionless.
It is, yeah. But
a lot of people don't know that, because it's like, but we don't need to go there. But the point is, my role in these debates is for advertising. People are expecting me to try to win and just bully the other guy, and just this is not accomplishing what I need to do. I need to learn, and I need to teach things accurately, because if I can identify what's good, and people on the other side says that's good, I may disagree with your final conclusions, but if they don't identify where I've said something fundamentally wrong, I said, okay, I have something
You got a
that'll
decent
pass
argument.
muster.
Yeah.
I can teach someone biology, and I can, in good conscience, say they should do well in school.
Yeah. By the way,
and I'm happy with that.
So real quick, I have to end my stream pretty soon because I try to keep these under 2 hours for both the sake of people who watch them afterwards, as well as because YouTube really hates to upload more or to process more than 2 hour videos. So I just want to say to my audience, thank you for coming by. Thank you for watching. And a special thank you to all the people who super chatted. But I am out, but I'm going to stay on this hangout here. So if you're watching on Sal's channel, I'm going to be hanging out here for a while longer. But just to all the people who are on my channel, thank you very much.
Yes.
Please go to Sal's channel to continue watching. And later on, I'm going to grab the link for this, and it'll be in the description of this video. So that way you can go and watch Sal's version of Aftershow and get as much Aftershow as possible, basically.
Yeah. By the way, Sal, one thing I will say that I really appreciate you doing is that I really think that you are honestly searching and honestly arguing in good faith. I think I really appreciate that you're willing to say, hey, this is not a good argument. You shouldn't be using it. And in fact, I've been working on a video about the arguments that I hear that I am sick of, tired of hearing. Arguments that are simply no good, that are just trash that should never be used ever again. So that's one of the things that I'm working on.
Yes, and that's wonderful. That being said, that doesn't mean I don't enjoy theater. I used to be a performer. I was studying classical piano, and I wanted to be a concert pianist. So,
that's really cool.
Not that I don't love being in the limelight. I never want to play John Maddox in poker. He has a gift for figuring out people and how they actually tick. I've never beat him in poker. Oh my goodness, he's so scared.
You know, I'm not terrible at poker, but I just get bored after a while.
Yeah.
And that's my problem. Is like I have a fairly decent tendency to come out on top. Like I'm not some kind of poker shark or anything, but like after like 4 or 5 hands, I'm like, all right, I would like to do almost anything else right now. Can we change? And then people are like, no, because we got to go until like one person has all the money or something. And I'm just like, oh,
yeah, you're not
pass. Yeah, no, not much of a no.
If you're getting that way after 5 hands, that's a problem.
No, that's why I don't play poker, because I just can't do it for long enough because it just gets boring to me.
Yeah, so you're guaranteed to get annihilated if you.
No.
Yeah,
for as long as it holds my attention.
Poker requires significant levels of
stamina.
Yeah, patience.
Yeah,
and I mean, I actually had back when I was playing a lot of poker. I had the joke that I needed to start a company specifically for casinos, which was not like an escort business, but a literal. You needed a friend.
I like how you phrase that. It's not an escort business, but it's an escort business.
No, like the person that would like pull you away from the table, because I cannot tell you the number of so the probabilities are eventually going to catch up with you. No matter how good you play, you're gonna get somebody is going to suck out and get the one card they need, right? So where this whole idea came from was there was this little stretch where I actually ended up taking a break from poker for like 4 years.
That's a long break.
Yeah, well, because I went on this stretch where somehow I managed to lose 37 hands in a row with pocket aces all in pre-flop. And I'm just like, what? How is this even possible? Number one. But then what really ended it for me was I was at a casino. I flopped quad tens. Anyway, very long story short, I flopped quad tens and ended up losing to runner straight flush, and was just like, it was like $4 or $5 grand in the pot, and I'm just like, how is this even possible? I flop quad tens and I lose to a runner straight flush. Like, this should not. I mean, the mathematical improbability of that is just like so mind bending. I'm like, okay, so I was just done for a while. But anyway, all that aside, there are many other times when you go sit down, buying for $300, run it up to $2,500, $3,000 in 2 or 3 hours. and then grind it back down and be like, okay, now I'm back to my buy-in. What the heck? If I would have left 5 hours ago, I'd be, walking out with $3,000 or $4,000 in, a 2-hour period. And I used to joke that you need to have that person like that knew you're okay. When I hit this point, cash out, and like would come in and yank you from the table and not let you stay. It's
time to go.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that might actually be a valuable service. And
I mean, back when I was going to the casino on a regular basis, I would have paid for that. Be like,
what was this escort service? And by the way, I have 2 stories about prostitutes before we go on.
No. John made it very clear. It wasn't it wasn't really an escort service. It's different.
No, it was like for the gambler, you need that person who comes and like jerks you out of the because like
you're far enough ahead. It's time to leave now.
All right.
You were like have it no what I mapped this whole thing out of like okay, you need to have like before you come in, you check in. Okay, check on me X amount of times, over the next 4 hours, like check in every 45 minutes. If I'm at X point if I'm up, I'm buying in with this. If I'm at this point, up or down, whatever, like make sure, get me to cash out, that kind of stuff. And because there's so many times where if I would have had that one individual that would just been like, hey, let's go, I would have, because I used to go to the casino by myself all the time and just like gamble like a maniac. And if I'd had that one person there and be like, okay, time to cut out, I cannot tell you how much more how much money I would have won at the poker
tens
table.
of thousands at least, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be right back, guys. Look, I've been talking for like 4 hours straight, so my voice is getting a little shot. I need some. I think I'm going to get ginger ale, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Anyway, I know I'm heading off to bed. Good night, guys.
Hey, and thanks for dropping in.
Yep. Night, John. Good night, Sal. Great job again. Next time we want to see a little bit of action.
Sorry to disappoint. I'll go to Smokey's channel if you want action.
Yeah, go to Smokey Saint's channel if you want action. Anyway,
I'll wait till Dapper comes back, because then I'll share my casino stories.
Oh yeah, and Sal, I definitely want to do another stream with you. That was really fun the other night.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. I started playing the piano actually after our meeting. I said I haven't touched it in a long time, so it sparked something that, at least when someone shows interest in that part of my life that had gone away. And oh goodness, it's kind of hard. So I went from my piano phase, and for a long time I was just the unhappy employee in the defense industry. And then I went through my casino phase, and then before that it was an airplane phase. So
it's a lot of phases.
Can we all just agree that Sal is like the ultimate Renaissance man?
Yeah, he's got a lot of that polymath thing going.
All right, seriously, guys. Good night.
Take care.
Bye now.
Take care, David. God bless. My casino stories.
Here we go.
I've been pulled over 7 times traveling to casinos because I just look so suspicious. Because they look for out-of-state plates. They pulled me off one time because I was, the officer said, "You're driving too slow." I'm just like, that's the first time I heard that, because I had an out-of-state license plate. So, what about prostitutes? Well, I'm a Christian, so that's, not anything is going to happen there. But there's some interesting stories, because I was part of a quasi-secret community where we just kind of shared intelligence, and I heard some stories, and I learned it's like, you don't know what if especially if you've won a lot of money, they're not in there for a honest transaction. You never know that. I mean, one of my blackjack brother, and he tried to hire one of these ladies of the evening, and he was carrying $30,000 in his safe. I was just like, dude. And so she slipped him a Mickey. He had to be thrown into the hospital and had his stomach pumped. It's a good thing one of his teammates found him. And it's like, you stay away 10-foot pole, because you don't know that there's some assailant nearby just trying to grab your money. And one time I witnessed a robbery in at Gold Strike Casino. So logical if you ever that name should sound familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And then one time I was playing in Fitzgerald Casino in Tunica, and this woman came up. She had alcohol smell on her breath, but she just kept rubbing herself up against me. And I had the presence of mind to just kind of protect my chips, because I had a feeling she's going to try to move her hand. And I just like, oh Lord, just get her off of me, get her off of me. So I told my relatives, they said, well, I think she's a real bandit. And they said, no, man, I think she's kind of one of those ladies. And I'm like, you don't have them here, do you? In Tunica? I said, oh yeah, there are a few of them just circulating around the casinos. And then I went one time to Belterra Casino in Indiana. And I was coming back from the casino floor playing blackjack, and there was this woman here just openly soliciting everybody. And I'm just like, why does security get after her? Anyway, so the next day,
security cares about their own bottom line, not illegal prostitution.
So the next day, I was on good terms with the bartender, and I said I wanted to find out what's going on. So I wanted to tell her, should I call the police or something? I wanted to make sure that I wanted to find out if this is the first instance. So I approached her. I said, Debbie, I got to ask you something. Are there any prostitutes, like in this hotel? And she said, oh, go talk to the casino host. She'll set you up.
Okay. Here's a real question though. So, what does the rest of the panel here think about Augustine of Hippo, who, despite railing against extramarital sex in a lot of his works, I mean, he spends a fair bit of time on that, also was against the criminalization of prostitution. He thought it should be legal. What do you guys think? Pretty important figure here who says sinful but not illegal is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that.
I flipped on the issue. I mean, I don't think it's moral for a person to engage in that, but I got pretty upset when I saw all the FBI resources invested in getting one of the madams. I'm just like, aren't there like far more serious crimes you ought to be going after just because she was, hooking up prostitutes with congressmen or whatever? It's like, why did you single her out? Why didn't you go after the congressman who might be getting bribed? I mean, so on and so forth. I mean, I just thought they were just like, aren't there far more things? And it's like, it totally seemed to me like these guys were just they said, oh, this is going to be an easy, high profile catch, and a lot of us will just get promotions.
Yeah, there's like actual kidnappers and human traffickers and rapists out there you could be working on.
Yes.
Well, there's a fine line here because, like, a lot of people who end up in that particular industry don't start in it by choice. Now, they may stay in it by choice, but they didn't get their start in it by choice. A lot of them are trafficked, often underage, and this is something that is completely separate from what I do with my blog and website. But I am working on a project that to try and do some stuff about that outside my internet persona.
Right.
But I'm 100% agree with Augustine that that it's sinful. It's very difficult for me to make the claim that yes, it also should be illegal. But I mean, I can see the art. There's a part of me that says, yeah, okay, I understand what they're doing with their own. You can't. I don't see that I can ask the government to regulate what someone does, in the confines of their own bedroom. But at the same time, from a Christian perspective, I look at this and go, that's really evil. It contributes to the downfall of society in a lot of in a lot of ways by undermining morality. And realistically, people get abused. People get really, really hurt.
Oh, they do.
And so it's a hard sell both ways. I don't like either option.
I wouldn't want it in my neighborhood. I would not want it.
Exactly.
So here's one of the interesting things is I actually think there's good reason to think that the abuse and trafficking that goes on is in large part a result of its prohibition. And so you see the same thing with, say, like alcohol prohibition, right? When alcohol was illegal, suddenly a whole lot of violence and mass shootings and gang warfare sprung up around alcohol. But, and I think we can all agree that it is possible to use alcohol in a way that is sufficiently abusive to constitute immorality.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm agreeing with you. I'm actually not going to get into the morality behind prostitution because I have my own private thoughts that don't matter much. But I think a lot of the
stood on religious positions.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of the abuse and the trafficking and the kidnapping and also things like having your lady of the night slip you Mickeys to steal your chips or whatever. A lot of that would go away if it were in fact legal, because you know what? If you engage legally with someone for relations for hire and they steal your chips, well, guess what? You can just call the cops.
True.
And on the other hand, if you have reason to believe that someone has been trafficked into a legal prostitution situation, again, you can call the cops, and there's no worry that they're just going to round up a bunch of people who haven't trafficked anyone or who haven't kidnapped any little girls or anything, because why would they? And so I think that making it legal, regardless of the morality of the actual act of engaging in or soliciting prostitution, would help a lot of people. It would reduce the number of people who are actual victims, basically, is what I'm trying to get to it.
I mean, I can see that line of logic. I'm not necessarily, because I don't want to get too far into politics, but I do kind of lean a little bit libertarian. So like I can see the logic behind that, but the morality side of me goes, oh boy, do I really want to argue for that? Oh,
well, I do think it's important. The same kind of distinction that Augustine of Hippo would make, that there's a difference between what should be a crime in terms of, the law and what is immoral in terms of what you're seeing in terms of like your theology and your sort of like what your idea behind what God is looking at. Right. And so, for instance, one example might be, generally speaking, it seems like not a great idea to just have a general law against dishonesty. People should probably be allowed to lie in principle, just because trying to enforce it and the number of just how much trouble it would make to make lying illegal is just not worth it.
We wouldn't have any politicians anymore.
Well, that might be a good argument in favor.
Pass the law. Pass the law.
You just made one of the best arguments in favor of making dishonesty illegal per se that I've ever heard. But so I'm definitely of the opinion that, yeah, it is true that there are some things that might not be moral, strictly speaking, but that shouldn't be banned. So, and I do think that that's probably one of those areas. For one thing, I think like getting less human trafficking is always a good thing. And if the cost of far fewer women being trafficked into sex slavery is making voluntary prostitution legal, that's a price I'm willing to pay no matter what I think about the morality of prostitution, because it's way less bad than kidnapping and enslaving people.
I mean, you're making a good argument. It is 1:00 in the morning my time, so
it's not even midnight here.
Oh, shut up. But you're making a good argument, and I don't know that and again, I also kind of have this thing where, I don't really care what you do in your bedroom.
Yeah, like it's not my business. If you ask me, I might have an opinion, but
exactly. I mean, like I probably have an opinion about it, but it's none of my business what you do. I don't really care on a legal level. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's not the government's job to care about that.
Yeah, it's just like I don't think that's any of the government's business, which is why I don't think the government should be in the marriage license business. Period. But
no, that's fair.
But just get out. You didn't need a license for it for hundreds of years. Why do you need one now? I mean, anyway.
Because they tie it to weird tax and medical benefits.
It's a tax. It's more what it is than anything else. But it's just like I sit here and I go, the morality of something like, and we could take this to other things that are involved in morality too. And I'm not going to go there because I don't want to start World War III. But the morality in this is like, I really don't like it. I really don't want the government to sanction it. But at the same time, I can look at it and go, yeah, I mean, it might help, but it also might help if we, actually enforced laws that were already on the books, which we don't do a great job of when it comes to this particular topic. So,
there's definitely a lot that could be done to limit human trafficking. And I'll be honest, that's one of my biggest concerns with the whole topic is the human trafficking.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree 100% with you. You and I are on the same page there. Human trafficking, just I get sick. Like I get, and I'm just going to relay a story from a friend of mine. I have a young lady that I'm friends with. She's significantly younger than me. She's very attractive, and she barely escaped being trafficked a couple of nights ago. And it's just like that infuriates me. I talked to her after it happened, and I said, "Do you need me to drive to Pennsylvania and beat the daylights out of somebody?" I mean, like I just can't. I can't go. I can't. Sorry, I'm losing words here. Partly because
it's okay.
But it's just.
Well, I think something else that has to be really addressed in all this too is the societal ramifications from a future, like a life future perspective for the actors involved, right? Mm-hmm. So on the, whether it be male or female side of the person being the worker, right? I think there's a large amount of self-perpetuation and being trapped in that environment, and then therefore being more susceptible to the trafficking if they get stamped with the stigma, right? Of, they get arrested one time and now in perpetuity it's on their record, right?
Yeah, you're now a convict as a result of having been snatched up for prostitution one time.
Right, and the same logic to what I'm about to say applies to so many, it applies to minorities, especially in relation to the feeling like it's impossible to escape the environment they're now in, like from that one stupid action they took, right? And I think in this context, one of my biggest issues with, I don't buy into a lot of the leftist talking points about just how ridiculously horrible and insert talking point about the justice system is, right? I think there is corruption, but it's not to the level that it's perpetuated or perceived to be by certain groups. But I don't understand why we don't have, for certain types of charges, right? Why we don't have something similar to the credit bureaus, how they handle like bankruptcies and charge-offs and all that kind of stuff, right? Like, hey, after 7 years, this goes away automatically, right? So why don't we?
That would be
like, I don't understand why. Like for a lot of people, right? So they don't even they have no idea what the term expungement means. Number one, and number two, there's all sorts of crimes that are non-expungible. And it's like, so hang on, you can get, insert whatever crime is, like, which is way worse, right? You can get that one expunged, but not this like basic thing. Like, for example, here in Tennessee, you can have, it's so bizarre. They passed a law where DUIs are unexpungible, right? If you're in a car, you can get a DUI on a boat expunged. You can get assault with a deadly weapon expunged from your record. You can't get a DUI expunged. Like, so just as example purposes, right? So it's like, hang on. So I can go and literally beat the snot out of somebody with a weapon, and I have the potential to have this removed from my record, but not, having a few too many drinks and driving somewhere. Now, I'm not justifying a DUI. I'm just saying, like, let's put these in context here. Like, it's totally different than if, you got the DUI and you ran somebody over versus getting pulled over for a ticket, kind of thing. Different context. But
yeah, and plus going and beating the snot out of someone shows a much greater malicious intent.
Well, and you don't have a lot of the personal barriers that are needed in terms of like violent action, right? But ultimately, our goal of all this is for a lot of people, especially lower income, lower education level, which obviously in the potential, not always, but a lot of the specifically women we might be talking about they're coming out of those environments oftentimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If they don't feel like there's any way to escape that, i.e. like, hey, if I don't get arrested again, don't do anything wrong for 7 years, all this stuff goes away, right? You've now created an incentive for people to either not go back down that rabbit hole or to feel like there's a reason for them to try to escape it. And to me, that kind of stuff is not that complicated to implement, right? Like, why would you not do something like this? And you've now created a potential escape hatch in one side of it. And then I think what they did with, I know there was massive pushback from the, quote unquote sex work community when Backpage got taken down. And there was a pretty sizable, there was multiple lawsuits filed, stuff over that whole deal when the FBI shut it down. They're like, so now I got to go back on the street?
Yeah.
And now I'm having to go work for a pimp. I stopped working for a pimp when I was using something like Backpage, and now I'm back to needing a pimp. Like, this is the problem. And
that's one of my big concerns is like, there's a lot of women who are at extreme extra risk as a result of the prohibition of prostitution who don't have to be. They could be safer. And the thing is, if you want them to escape from this life of prostitution, like if that's your goal, is like, I think this is wrong, but I want you to be able to have a new life or something. Having them ways out of that don't end in a jail cell seems like a good idea.
I'm kind of on board with both what you guys are saying here. But I agree with LPP definitely that some of these smaller crimes, particularly like for crimes that like kids that are like 19, 20, sometimes they just get in the wrong crowd and they do something dumb.
There needs to be a way out of that.
Yeah, and like 7 years, 10 years, whatever it is, just put a. Now, obviously, if they reoffend in that time period, then you got other issues to deal with at that point. But you could write a law in such a way where if someone reoffends, that the time period goes up and on from there. And I do see where you're coming from with the people who tend to end up in this lifestyle, and some of that is their own. Some of it is that they've made bad choices, and I feel very bad that they've made those choices, but I don't necessarily think that that's the government's responsibility to bail them out of. But at the same time, sometimes they didn't make the choice, and so I don't.
Well, see, I would agree with you on that. I would say in the context of, I'm not suggesting the government should bail them out. The point I would be making is that actions of the government, specifically in relation to criminal record and the ramifications of its easy access from an employment perspective, right, and from an employer perspective, right. Yep. The ramifications that has in modern society, whether it was intentional or otherwise, the end result is that there is, for example, I did some stuff in this here in Nashville because it drove me up the wall when I learned about it. There is a huge portion of people that are quote unquote homeless, not the ones that are necessarily like drug addicts and stuff, they're like quote unquote homeless. They're homeless because they have a felony, and apartment complexes literally won't give them an apartment.
Yeah, like what are you supposed to do in that situation?
Right. So like I used to help. There was a homeless couple I helped for about 3 years. They stayed in a crap hole hotel. They were living hand to mouth because they went out every day to try and panhandle about $70 so they could go back and pay for their hotel room for the evening. And I drove them and dropped them off all the time. But you think about that, like, okay, this is some extraordinarily basic math. Okay, 30 days times $70. What does that equal? $2,100. You can get an apartment for that, right? But those people, they're never going to have the, $2,000 they need to do, first month, last month, security deposit, all that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, all the places that they would try and go, like they do a background check, denied, background check, denied, background check, denied. And it's like, wait a minute.
Yep.
So, and we're wondering why. Now, these people I helped, like, I don't think they were out doing criminal stuff. I mean, they were, I was helping, they were selling newspapers on the corner, all that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
when you really think about that, of when it's like, so the background check we don't have a problem with, but we've made it to such a level that whole demographic, a huge portion of that demographic, is being unable to get a place to stay. Like, what do we think is going to be the outcome of this?
So here's something I just want to say, and
sorry. And the reason I brought that up, so I'll shut up. The reason I brought that up is his felony was from 15 years ago.
Oh,
hadn't had any felonies since then. And I'm like, wait a minute. So the guy hasn't committed a crime in 15 years and still can't get approved for an apartment. Like, come on, man. This is ridiculous. This record, this is ridiculous.
That's so here's something I want to say that I really appreciate. And it's that, this group of people here has some pretty significant disagreements about certain aspects of our, I guess, worldviews, if you want to go there. But I really appreciate that there are aspects like this where we can say, like, look, we might have different stances on theology, metaphysics, morality, science, but we've got this a few points of commonality where we can all say that, like, hey, this aspect of, what it's like to be an ex-con, not okay, and like these are things that need to be fixed. And I really appreciate that, because I feel like too often we focus just on the things that we disagree about, and that's true for me, definitely. Like, this is not just me saying, like, oh, you guys, So it's really nice to have something that we can touch base on in agreement and say, like, yeah, the way that ex-cons are treated in the United States, or even which things count as crimes, is sometimes a little bit on the crazy side. And I just want to say thank you for having a conversation where we don't have to fight about everything, because it gets old.
Contrary to
I go along with that.
Contrary to popular belief, I'm not always an asshole.
Oh, is that how it is? Okay, fair enough. I will store that away for later.
Well, I'll tell you what, if we couldn't have a conversation about things like human trafficking and at least come to broad agreement,
yeah,
I'm very, very concerned about the person who wasn't agreeing.
Fair enough, man. That's fair. And yeah, that thing about, like, you had a felony like 15 years ago, and like, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, well, now you're out of prison. Well, great, now what? And similar things happen with veterans, right? Which is it's a community I'm part of. Yeah. So it's on my radar a lot, is just how many veterans end up homeless.
Yeah.
And usually it's for lack of psychiatric care.
Yeah.
And
well, my biggest problem with all that is, and this applies to the normal, traditional homeless in conjunction with veterans, etc., is like, when you actually look at the amount of capital that is being allocated, theoretically anyway, allocated to solve the homeless problem, and on the federal level, the state level, the city level, the private charity level, I'm like, there's more than enough capital to literally buy every single homeless person in the United States a freaking house. So what the hell is going on?
Yeah,
where is this money going? Other than
someone is wasting money.
It's the other night I went on a tirade about. I'll keep this short, but I went on a tirade about how here in Nashville, the $3 million, like a couple years ago, $3 million were taken out of the poverty fund and used to buy literal office furniture for the largest healthcare group in the entire world. Not in the United States, not in Tennessee. I'm talking on the planet, HCA Healthcare, the largest hospital group in the freaking world, okay? Headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee. They got $3 million out of the poverty fund.
Hey, man, they need desk chairs.
I mean, they got some badass conference table, I'll tell you that much.
Let's hope so.
The conference table was $20,000. It's a line item.
My goodness.
But
that was actually a line item?
Yeah, it's literal. Yeah, I'm so.
Was it like a solid granite 20-foot long conference table at least?
I think it was longer than 20 feet. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's good. At least you got your money's worth out of that, guys.
I guess. But my point is that when you think about that, okay, so $3 million, you could go buy a old apartment complex with that much money.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
you could put up the majority of the actual real homeless.
Yeah.
In Nashville on that. Right. And it's like, so you're allocating $15 million a year. Using Nashville as an example. There's $15 million a year allocated to the poverty fund, like specifically to like help the homeless. Right. 15 million a year. I'm like, hang on. So year one, you buy a couple of old apartment complexes or you build some. And like we start this off. What's their secondary problem? They don't have the capital to get first month, last month rent. Okay, fine. Remove that barrier to entry.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, you got to start a job. Oh, wait, let's go partner up with all these businesses that need workers and be like, hey, you have a job. You get to live here for your first month for free. And then you got to start paying your rent. And here's your job. Like we could figure this out. Like shouldn't be rocket science. No, don't get me wrong. There's obviously the people who have the drug issues and all that kind of stuff, but a huge portion of them. And I observed this very, front and center when I was these folks I used to help out on a very, very regular basis. You could tell it in our conversation and just from their worldview of their scenario, of like what their experience was on a daily basis. They lived hand to mouth.
Yeah.
They were in a perpetual state of, am I going to have a place to sleep tonight? Not next week, not what kind of a job can I get? And I won't get a paycheck for 2 weeks. It was no. It's how do I literally not sleep on concrete tonight?
Right.
And I think that I would say almost all of even people who are doing this from a charitable perspective, that like, they have no perception of what that actually is. And I'm not claiming that I do. I'm just saying, like, from my observations of it, like, it struck me to my core of just like, I used to try and put myself like mentally in that state of like, what would it be like to feel like this? And I thought about myself like with my brain surgery and such, like if I had my family and whatnot, like I could literally have, if I hadn't had a family and what happened to me and all that stuff, like I could have been that guy on the street.
Yeah, I mean, any of us really could have been,
and any of us,
slightly different circumstances.
Right, any of us could be out there, and which is why I say when we look at all of these like stupid barriers to entry to rejoin society or to keep people from having any semblance of normalcy in their life again, and it's, to me, you have to start coming to I start feeling like Alex Jones a little bit, like is there a conspiracy to keep people in subjugation? Because this doesn't make any sense. Like, this is so obvious that you would remove. Like, why would you do this?
So I'm generally a big fan of not attributing to malice what can be explained by incompetence. And I don't know if you're familiar with the laws of bureaucracy, but it's a thing. And so one of the laws of bureaucracy is that everyone is promoted until they become incompetent.
Yeah,
that is
so
true.
And a corollary is anyone who's still doing work in a bureaucracy just hasn't been promoted yet, and they will be. So I'm generally, my usual inclination is anytime there's a bureaucracy involved, I just assume that it's massive incompetence until I can actually reasonably demonstrate malice. But that doesn't really help much, because basically what it means is if you put a bureaucracy in charge of anything, it's going to go poorly. As a general rule. Now, maybe there are exceptions. I don't know. I'm not here to give like a poli-sci class. But I think that's one of the big things is that we have bureaucracies that are following the iron laws of bureaucracy, including, essentially everyone just keeps getting promoted until they're maximally inefficient. And then they stop getting promoted. And then people under them get promoted until they're inefficient. And so the long-term state of most bureaucracies is just nonsense incompetence. And maybe I'm revealing more of my politics than I usually do there, but I think that's one of the problems. And so I'll be honest, John, have you ever thought about actually trying to get together like a nonprofit to do like some housing initiatives or something to work with people who have, like maybe felonies more than a decade on their record and stuff like that?
Yeah. Actually, I looked into it pretty heavily. I actually tried to it's like 4 or 5 years ago. I actually went around and tried to convince some investors to. So there's a lot of. Are y'all familiar with like the steel container houses? And
the storage container,
yeah. So there's a huge in third world. There's like huge movements of because you can be like a little house, but they also have them like pre-built for like multi-story.
I've seen some of those.
Such, right?
Yep.
And so like the capital outlay for those things is relatively negligible. You can get it down to about like 10, 11K per unit, like completely ready to go. And I'm like, okay, so the average person, dropping 300-400K is a lot of money, but to cities and to large scale investors, that's chump change.
Right.
Okay, a couple $1 million, whatever. Okay, what's the ROI? Let's do it. And
exactly.
So I was kind of looking at the math of like, wait a minute, if we could get what I pushed for was getting like Nashville has it's ludicrous. It's the last time I looked, it was like a couple years ago, there was like 5,600 and something acres of unused city property, and I'm like, huh? Like y'all just sitting on this on all these acres like it's doing nothing, like what the heck? Anyway, I'm like, okay, maybe we can go get some private capital to like follow this model, and we'll just like create some units like this, and you're talking relatively negligible upfront capital outlay and solve a major problem. Anyway, there's all sorts of math behind it that made sense, and the irony of ironies was I could not get that model approved by codes because they had designated those things to be preformed domiciles, and they wouldn't grant that level of construction. Now, what has me really pissed off about this, and this is where the corruption and the incompetency comes into play, is fast forward to this year, and I was driving, I'll say where I was driving anyway, and I went on this street I hadn't been in a long time, and lo and behold, there was a freaking apartment complex that was being built out of steel containers, but it's private. And I'm like, you little mother! I was so pissed when I saw that. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
I mean,
what really got me was like, okay, so how much bribery went down for them to be able to pull this off? Because I was pitching this idea 5 years ago and got shut down, and now this is being constructed, and they're making there's each one of those units is being sold for north of 300K a piece. I'm just like, I wanted to flip my board, but.
Can I say something real quick? It's a little bit off topic. We can get back to this, but Standing just said in the chat, I apologize to Dapper Dino for not taking his advice sooner when it comes to Jason, and I do appreciate that, and that clears up one of the biggest barriers to our continued professional relationship standing. So that is, I really appreciate that, and I will let John get back because I'm interested in what he had to say, but I just want to make sure that I recognize that Standing said that.
No, I'm done with my little tangent. Don't get me started on that stuff. I'll go off on like a 20-minute diatribe. I don't want. I'm gonna.
That's fair enough. And honestly, your story
we'll keep Sal's after show going until 5 a.m.
I'm not going to keep it going that long. I got about 15 minutes and I'm out because look, at some point I have to leave. But I will say this. I really appreciate that you actually you took the trouble to really look into that, because what you were saying is it's the kind of thing that I would at the very least help promote. And I would like for there to be some kind of project that the sort of people who tend to discuss sort of the evolution creation thing. It would be nice if we could have something that we can all agree on and work towards. And if that is like, better housing opportunities for ex-cons, that's great for me. I mean, that's a cause I can get behind. And I don't know if it's a realistic goal to like make a charity that we can all, advertise or whatever. But I just really appreciate that we've been able to find some common ground and some common humanity in our concern for those people who have been done unfairly by society in large. And I think that a lot of people, like you were talking about, like your friend who's homeless as a result of a conviction from 15 years ago. I mean, that's just crazy. Like, hasn't done anything in 15 years to warrant this, but still failing background checks. And how is he supposed to ever get first and last months plus a security deposit? Like, and I just really appreciate that commonality that we all have, where we're just saying these are things that are unjust, no matter what you think about evolution or whatever. Because, I mean, honestly, evolution is true or evolution is false. Does it matter to the person who's homeless on the streets? I mean, not nearly as much as having a bed to sleep in.
Yeah, they don't think about that for a second, and that's one of the big issues of, I think, just Western civilization in general, right? So the vast majority of us, and by vast majority I mean like 99.9%, we might not be rolling in the dough, but we're not worried about starving. Right?
I'm too far away from starving to be worried about that anytime soon.
Right? I mean, it's like, this is a totally different context than...
I could stand some starving.
And even the quote unquote poor in the United States are not worried about starvation. I mean, I'm sure there are a few here and there, but like, even them, like
overall,
with all the charities and, you know, food kitchens and all that kind of stuff, like soup kitchens, such, like, they can eat, right?
Right.
Like, well, let's get real. A lot of our homeless and the people on the corner are not skinny. You know, like, they're clearly, food is not the problem, because people give them food out the yin yang as they're standing there trying to get money, you know, and like, that's not, it's a totally different context of problem. But the point you were making about they're not actually considering these, like, you know, esoteric, metaphysical, philosophical, scientific issues that we, you know, spend time arguing over. It's like, let's put things into actual context of true meaning from the macro view, and it's something that gets glossed over. And I think one of my biggest issues with, you know, what's happening in politics is the whole identity politics thing, in my opinion, is the stupidest and most divisive hoax from a political perspective that's ever been perpetuated. I mean, oh, we all need to, you know, work together while I tell you that you aren't like me. Like, are you kidding? Like, how does this make any sense? You are literally creating artificial lines around people and giving them reasons to not get along while claiming that we should all get along. Like, this is mentally retarded. It's counterintuitive and suspends rational thought, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not going to get too much into the political thing, mostly because that's part of my online presence as Dapper Dino, is that I don't get too far into it. But what I will say is, I'm encouraged by this conversation, because I think maybe ideas like this, like trying to find ways to help people who are homeless as a result of convictions from such a long time ago, or veterans, or things like that, trying to help people in terms of their day-to-day life, like finding ways to find them housing, things like that. I think that that's the kind of thing that maybe a sort of a bridge can be made between two sides. Because let's be honest, I'm on a different side on a lot of arguments from everyone else in this panel. And in many areas, we would vehemently disagree, and perhaps even in some cases heatedly. But this is the kind of thing where I feel like maybe we can come together and do something. Maybe we can find a charity we could do fundraisers for on live streams or something. Or even just advertise that such a charity exists or something like that. Because I would really like to see a lot of the people who have these sort of creation evolution discussions have something around which they can all mutually rally. And maybe I'm being optimistic, I don't know. But I really, really appreciate the fact that we're all of us coming together to say, hey, these are real injustices, And maybe we don't all have the same ethical background, but it doesn't matter because we come to the same conclusion in terms of this. So let's work to fight against this injustice. And so I'm going to get going pretty soon because I'm fading fast. But before I go, I just really want to say that this conversation, as well as my conversation with Sal earlier, has gone better than I expected either conversation to go. And so I'm very thankful to Sal, to Emery, and to John for making this one of my best nights of speaking with, I guess, creationists that I can remember. So I really appreciate that. And I am...
Yeah.
Well, we're going to blame all the
I just wanted to say
controversy.
I have a splitting headache. I don't know what happened. Sometimes it'll just hit me out of. It's a good thing it didn't happen during our debate.
Mhm.
I'm starting to slur my words. It just like a hammer hit me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better.
Need to know what's going on. So I took to Advil, but I probably need to.
Yeah, I'm crashing
hit the sack. But I really wanted to thank you for helping promote my channel. I got up to 95 subscribers tonight.
Congrats!
And I think you brought a lot. So thank you very much. Thank you for the valuable feedback. I am considering writing books and logical. John Maddox knows that. So this is, even if people disagree, I would be very, very happy to hear that my critics will say Sal never misrepresented anyone, and that's my goal. So even if we disagree, if they can say that I represented their arguments accurately or at least made a good faith effort, that'll mean a lot.
Yeah, no, and as far as I can tell, you haven't been dishonest or disingenuous, and that means a lot because, well, frankly, I am aware of people who I would say have been, but I don't want to get into that because I really do want to end this on a positive note. So
yes, likewise,
very much appreciated. I'm going to get out of here. John,
thank you for visiting. Yes.
Oh, of course. And John, I want to say this has been a wonderful conversation as far as I'm concerned. And honestly, if you wanted to get something going where we could promote something to help with situations like homelessness for ex-convicts who have not, reoffended or something like that, let me know, because that's a cause that I think we could both get behind. And I would love to have something like that. And Emery, you have not in any way disappointed in terms of our amicable interactions before. And I appreciate that too, because sometimes, things change when you change venues. And so I appreciate you. And sometime we got to have a conversation about paleontology, buddy.
Behind closed doors, maybe, but we're not doing it live.
Behind closed doors is okay. That doesn't bother me. But we're gonna have to have it because I got some bones to pick with you, both literally and figuratively.
You're funny. You're funny. It's too late at night for those puns.
Well, I will talk to all of you guys later. It's been a true pleasure, and I really, really mean that. But I gotta get going.
Have a wonderful
Bye, everybody.
Sal, I'm off too because I got to work in the morning. So have a wonderful night. Thank you for letting me drop in.
Holding down the fort when we nearly lost everyone.
Well, I put everybody to sleep. That's why.
Right. Hey, we're back up to 22 people.
Doki just kept helping people come in, and also thanks, Doki.
Thank you.
Take care. We'll have a show, you and me.
All right. Yep. Definitely. Just let me know when, and I'll make it work with my grad school schedule. So.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Have a great night.
All right, Sal, will you go deal with your
me?
Go deal with your headache, man. It's late night. I know it's almost 2 a.m. your time, so it's.
Well, I wanted to at least talk to my bud here. So, there's so many people I wanted to say hi to. I'm not able to get around to it. Thank you for the feedback on Restream, and I might be able to use it. Oh, you figured something. You figured. now I know what I wanted to ask you. You can give me a pointer. You figured out how to do something I don't know how to do with StreamYard. You're
What
able
was
to
that?
play back some of your old debates and then have it streamed. What did you use?
Okay, hang on. What?
I've not been able to use StreamYard to play pre-recorded videos. Like you had a debate on Modern Day, and then you played it on your channel once, like a month later.
Oh, you talking about when I did the premiere?
I don't know what you did.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I just for that I just downloaded the debate from. I downloaded the debate from James's channel and then just uploaded it to mine and set it as a premiere. That's all I gotta do.
And then how does it stream out? Does it allow chats? Because that's what was happening.
Okay, so yeah, that's a premiere. So to do that, you upload the video and then schedule it for like a later reveal, and then if you do it from your phone, it won't give you this option. But if you do it from your computer, there's an option, and there's like a little checkbox that you can do set as premiere. And then if you do that, instead of it just being like the video now being available, if you do set as premiere, then it plays quote unquote like it's live. And then you got live chat and all that kind of stuff. But that's only if you set it to be a premiere upload versus a just normal upload.
Thank you. See, you solved the problem for me. And
well, and here's the other thing that might be helpful for you is with like the videos you're sharing and such. Most of those videos are less than 5 minutes, right? So I don't know about Restream, but with StreamYard, you've got the option to upload videos that are less than 5 minutes and less than 100 megabytes. And then you can just click it and it automatically plays. So you don't have to like go on YouTube. You don't have to open a file on your computer. You don't have to share your screen or any of that kind of stuff. You literally just click whichever video you want in your sidebar and that you've uploaded already, and it'll automatically play. So like when I'm playing my countdown intro or the video I play every once in a while when I'm messing with Godless Engineer and his whole Diet Coke and regular Coke deal, I've got that video uploaded to StreamYard. So it's like always there. So any stream I ever want to do, I can, if I ever want to bust Godless Engineer on Diet Coke and regular Coke, I can just click that video and it automatically plays.
I'll have to look into that. See, so it's been great. I've been learning. There's been a steep learning curve, and sometimes I push the envelope like I did tonight with trying to simulcast, and my computers just can't handle it. Whatever is causing it, it can't handle the simulcast well. So I'm going to drop that idea. It was fun having a crowd here. So before I forget,
hang on, were you trying
the simulcast? Apologies, but thank you for participating in the experiment.
Now, were you trying to, when you did the simulcast, were you the one that was hosting the overall and giving a feed to MDD, or were they giving a feed to you?
They were giving a feed to me. No, okay. They weren't giving me a feed. I was just taking it off the screen.
Okay. So he didn't give you like a code that you're being able to like.
Yes, it's the streaming key. Ha. See, that didn't even occur to me.
Because if you have the stream key, then it's not running through your computer.
Yeah, there is. I have to, not that I really will plan to do this anytime. But it's a good thing to know for future reference. So.
Yeah, because if you're doing it with the stream key, then all of the heavy lifting is happening on whichever servers you're using. It's happening on their servers, not yours.
Oh, now I know how I got to Restream. They were the ones, the first to really talk about the simulcasting. Maybe it's in StreamYard too, but that's how I stumbled on Restream.
Yeah,
So
so
StreamYard-
you have a option in StreamYard. You can do simulcast, but it's not like they don't frame it as, oh, you're doing simulcast. It's just a feature. Like you can get the
but you taught me, you've given me some ideas, because I think a lot of my future shows will probably, a good portion ought to be recorded. It's less stress on me, especially given my situation that I could be interrupted, because family needs. And thank you, Kent Hovind's employee, for saying, I hope you feel better. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the headache will just knock me right here. It's right in the back of my head. That also means I'm probably getting tired. But yeah, I'm really not into debates. You're more cut out for that. And
I was messing with you and
no. It's like, yeah, I know people want me to fight, and it's like, there's kind of a way to fight. I mean, trying to put something through peer review, I mean, that's just like a grueling fight. I mean, that takes a lot out of me. And oh man, so that's what I consider. That feels like that's what I feel like. I get mauled trying to push through, because even for someone who's not a creationist, it's tough, and it's just that much harder now. So
well, I think there's actually I'll talk about this in more detail when you don't have a migraine, but I actually think there's a industry opening for a cash prize related journal of, you put forth your paper and there's money on the line, and people have X amount of time, say like there's a quarter, to debunk or to disprove you. And if the peers vote that this other person who has presented an alternative or a counter to yours is correct, then they win the prize. If nobody's able to disprove you, then you do. And now you put real incentive on the line to be both a testable, repeatable, provable author, and at the same time create a real incentive for people to try and debunk the junk, which I think we all recognize and know full well. The vast majority of things that are getting published, even though they jumped through all these hoops, the validity of what they're presenting isn't actually put through the true ringer 9 times out of 10. Like they can make all these assertions, but how many? Let's think about this. How many papers actually get challenged?
Yeah, and one thing that and this may sound funny, but I'm not really eager to publish papers, because I like building things, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's more, it's proof of concept. People can just theorize things. And the thing is, I'm at the stage of my life, I'm not going to come up with any new theories. I have a hard enough time just learning the theories that are accepted and that work well, like electromagnetism, for example, even basic mechanical things. But just to change the topic a little bit, I wanted to know how you built out your channel so well. And I'll tell you why there are a number of reasons for this, but I'm thinking that we had a conversation, and I'm happy to just share this publicly. I would like to be able to write books, and the channel might be one way that I could sell that I could sell books. I would like to do that, and to teach. So I was just amazed how quickly your channel grew. And although it is a little distressing, I saw how quickly T Jump's channel. I looked at his like when it started, and he has like 6,000 subscribers. Like, how does that happen?
Well, I mean, for T Jump, you have to remember, like, there for a while, he was doing a couple of debates per week with on MDD. He streams almost daily and is heavily going after interviews with different people of, relative merit. I mean, and plus he's on Discord all the time and all those other kind of things. I mean, I don't know. It's a combination of, for him anyway, I think it's a combination of just demographic targeting and then just being there all the time. And here's the other thing to remember is the vast majority of YouTube channels, the content is crap. There's extraordinarily little substance, and they don't do even a modicum of like titling logic, and then wonder why their stuff doesn't show up in search. Like, so case in point, Salvador Cordova, you have got to stop starting new channels. Pick one, and I know you've been messing around with it a little bit. I'm saying it from the macro view now. Like, pick one and start to build it, right? And then really think about, and don't overthink it, but at the same time also think about like what can fit into your time schedule, and what do you think would have the most value, right? So using myself as an example, right? So therefore, the first several months, I had a little bit more time on my hands, and I was doing more of the, I was doing debates, and I was doing a shorter video, but like on a particular topic, right? Not a live stream. I was recording and editing and all that kind of stuff, right? Responses and such. And then I got super busy and I didn't have time. So then it was, okay, what do I have time for? And that's when I thought, hey, let's do this after show thing. So I started doing after shows after a lot of the debates. I wasn't doing anything else there for months. It was like, I would pick a couple of after shows that I thought would be big and put debates I would do an after show for, and went and did them. And then that for a while, that kind of turned into my thing, right? And now a lot of people want to come to after shows on my channel. I have people email me like, when are you doing an after show? And so now I didn't necessarily intend it to be that, but saw the opportunity and might as well be something to do, especially when I was too busy to be doing a lot of more substantive stuff, right? Now, in the context of you've got the opportunity to, well, number one, you already have a whole boatload of lectures. I'm talking about material, right? That you've created over the years. Now, some of that stuff may not be some of the cool stuff that you're doing now, right? I'm talking about from your perspective.
Yeah.
The latest and greatest from your perspective. But I think something you need to keep in the back of your mind is, because I've listened to some of your other lectures from like other channels and such over the years, from different like conferences and such you've done. And I'm like, man, that was nuts what you were talking about. I mean that in a good way. So I think you should potentially go through some of that old material, the presentations you've already done, and turn those into some streams. Now, from your perspective right now, it's not the most recent thing that you've been learning about, but you have to remember that, insert whatever this other one was from 2 years ago, there's a very strong probability that 99.9% of people have never heard about it. And that topic, whatever the subject is, can have real value to the average person. Yeah.
When you said that T-Jump's doing a lot of interviews, are these people like from big channels? Is that kind of how what drove a little bit of traffic?
Yeah, I mean, some of it.
Yeah. Well, there might be, I'm going to be very careful to try to keep the the content as high as possible. So even the videos that I've done here, they'll be in the video list, but they won't be like in the featured sections or anything. And I may use the website to organize. Because you saw Sandy here, our Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
We actually might, what I sort of envision is that he might be the what they call it, the ground pounder, the infantry. He actually might be doing a lot of talks in the DC area, and he could refer these people to my website. That's kind of more the clientele I'd like to be of service. People that probably aren't on the internet a lot, but they want to have a resource to learn. And I would be happy with that. So, so at least the one thing that I've gotten out of this discussion is just to make as much content as possible, good content. So,
well, and
you know, having interviews with interesting people, and there are plenty of them. Just it doesn't have to be, you know, specifically on the creation evolution debate, because evidence and reasons is larger than that.
Well, absolutely, and I think you need to think about it from, you know, a variety of topics. There's engineering. There's so many different things about your background of electrical engineering, aerospace. I mean, there's all those different things that have, you know, value and substance to discuss. And yeah,
so we'll see where it goes. Maybe I'll just keep trying things, and maybe in a month I'll do a reevaluation of where things are headed. But I think I will tell you this, in my business model, I was thinking, yeah, John was right to suggest writing booklets. Booklets are easier to write than books. Oh my goodness, I wouldn't want to write a book. So, I mean, I could write one that's garbage, but you know, I think I'd rather write books. And there's some things that are like kind of not so tech heavy topics. One of the first books, actually. Let me solicit your opinion here. I'm thinking about having. It seems that sometimes, even when someone gives a lecture that's essentially their book, people will still buy the book.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a good way to advertise the book, is that, you know, you heard the lecture, because there's some people that either like the hard copy or some like an electronic copy. It's just the way that their mind works. I meet, unfortunately, you know, see,
well,
yeah, I'm a book.
And sidebar, as I've told you before, don't forget this. For the love of all that is good and holy, do audiobooks. The fact that Dr. Sanford still does not have any of his books on audiobook drives me up the wall. It's like, what are you doing? I'm not bashing the good doctor. I mean, I'm talking about just from a general, and it's not just him. There's plenty of other books from different authors that I go, because I hardly ever have time to sit down and read right now. Like I read a lot of books, but I'm listening to them on an audiobook. And
so, yeah,
I put them on 1.5 speed and go. And it's like, if I can't, I used to be a heavy physical book reader. I mean, I would read 2 or 3 books a week. And then after my brain surgery, for some reason, it gives me my crazy migraines and all that kind of stuff. So I switched over to audiobooks. And occasionally, like Dr. Stadler's books, for example, those were some of the most recent physical, or I bought the Kindle versions, but I physically read those books. And I made myself, because I knew they're very substantive, and I wanted to read them like in detail. But I would have also purchased the audiobook too, right? I would have had both.
Just out of curiosity, do you use your smartphone or your Kindle reader? Do you have a Kindle reader or your PC to read the physical books?
I have a Kindle, but I hardly ever use it. I'm almost exclusively on my phone.
Okay, and then so also for your audiobooks would be through your phone.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I mean the audiobook deal is just. I honestly don't understand why that's not just like standard move for everybody. I mean, it's.
Well,
I'll put you this way.
Oh.
I don't own a single physical copy, whether it be Kindle or paper, of Behe, Meyer, Dembski, any of those guys. Right? I own all of their books in audio format. Every single book they've ever written, I own. In audiobook version.
Oh, before I forget, the one vision that I had is homeschool parents.
Yep.
They are, oh my goodness. I was praying I'd meet someone, and he agreed to an interview. He's a homeschool parent. He's also a professor of English. And Joe DeWeese had talked to me. He said, yeah, there's a market to have much better science material. It's also a way, if you want to teach creationism, teach really good science. Mm-hmm. And because some of this creationist material for the kids is just too evangelistic, and the quality of the science is.
Well, I think I told you that before a couple months ago, that the homeschool co-ops and such are gigantic business opportunities. But one of my sisters, she homeschooled all four of her kids, and they're pretty well off. But they were heavily involved in all the co-ops, and they had professors that would come once a week, volunteer once a week, come teach the kids different groups and all that kind of stuff. I mean, and here's the other thing too, in terms of the homeschool aspect, is with all the stuff with COVID, there's been there was already a massive trend towards homeschooling anyway. But now it's just gone through the roof. There was a report I was watching yesterday about how in some states, over 50% of kids that had been in public school are no longer in public school. Like the parents have either put them in a private school or are now officially homeschooling. They just yanked them, not just that, we're not going to do this. Oh, we can do remote learning. No, they just screw this. And they've completely yanked their kids out of the public school system entirely.
Well, thank you. See, there's some value in just talking to someone rather than trying to think it through on your own in private. That I don't know why it is when I talk to someone, the process helps me articulate my own thoughts better. It's like an extension of my own thought process. And you kind of saw that tonight. It wasn't really a debate. It's like Salvador trying to figure out his own thoughts, and Dapper was kind of the proxy to say, kind of an alter ego almost, to help me. And just this conversation said, this is where I feel I should at least try. I'm not going to say that I'll succeed, but I need to try, because I do not. This is a little bit painful, but I've seen some of the creationist literature that tended to go to kids. I'm just like, I'm glad they're learning about creation, but it's like I meet enough of these ex-creationists and they tell me their stories, and I'm like, I get it. I get it. I get why you're bitter, because you feel like you weren't told the whole deal. And I had a nice I think I could share this. I had a nice conversation with Nathaniel Jeanson. I said, well, what happened to you? He said, my parents taught me both sides. I was really impressed, because there's a risk in that. But I was really impressed. And I was actually sincere when I said I wanted my students to hear the other side. Now, that in the case of Dapper Dino and I, in our discussion tonight, that'd be for college students. But even for younger students, I feel they need to hear the other side if they're homeschooled.
Well, I think at this point, and I think I would say leading up until really quasi modern day, and by that I mean like the last 10, 15 years. I mean I think the arguments were much more nebulous. And probably the fear of presenting both sides was much greater.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to counter this, right? And I think I mean, I think now it's the literal antithesis of that. I mean, it's why not show them like this is how dumb the argument is from the evolutionist camp. Like this is how stupid they are. This is their argument. Does this make any sense? And I think if it's being presented to kids before they're brainwashed, they will easily be able to recognize well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they think that? I've tried, my daughter's in public school, and she's 10, and I've been trying, I occasionally will like ask her stuff about that. Like, so what do you think about this? And do you think this could happen? Like insert a, evolution talking point, do you think this is reasonable? What? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
But it doesn't at all. It's counterintuitive. I mean, we know this. It's completely illogical to conclude that these things happen in the context and from the causation perspective that is being put forth by the evolutionist camp. I mean,
this is, I really do appreciate your time and counsel. I had a feeling if I talked to you like this, you'd help me clarify my mission. Because it's really hard the hardest part of making decisions is deciding what you're not going to do. Because all these pathways look compelling, but we only have so many resources we could throw at projects. And I've been very also interested in the process of how people learn things and how to be able to get them to learn it faster. As when I worked in the aviation industry, one of my first jobs was building computer systems to train pilots. And of course we had an excellent team, and one of the leaders said that we could probably train 30 times faster than normal classroom methods with our computer-based training. Now, that was a very specialized field. You can't do that with everything. But teaching pilots to be able to just flip switches in the right order, oh boy, the computer was just perfect for that. If you flip the wrong switch, it's like, do this again. And we just have all these scenarios, because if he's just trying to learn this in the classroom, you can imagine it's like, no, I don't have any physical interaction.
Right. Well, and the brain's not storing the process patterns
right
in the deep memory either. I'm talking about in the traditional sense versus the actual practical application sense.
So we were basically what we called part task trainers, and we were training them to use different missiles. So the way you set up a missile with all the switch, I mean, there's so many switches you had to flip because each one had to be programmed. And it's not like today where things are nicely, we have so much more with like touch screens and things. They're just, it was just funny. I mean, they're pressing buttons to do programming that the buttons weren't designed to do. There's a lot of jury rigging, and we trained pilots, and they fought in the first Gulf War, and they deployed like the standoff land attack missile. And I know it seems kind of grisly, but when we heard that one of them successfully blew up the nuclear factory, I mean, there were cheers up and down our hallway. That's neither here nor there. But
were they in what were those F-111s or Warthogs or F-15s?
A6 Intruders.
Okay.
That's an old one. I mean, real old. So it was, I remember that my first 1 or 2 months on the job, the boss was describing the missile. He said, yeah, it has a camera in it, and it transmits back images to the pilot. Actually, it's the bombardier navigator. So they launched the missile, and then the plane turns around, and the bombardier navigator is just looking through the nose. And I was like, that's just like a kamikaze attack. You're actually just steering the missile through the camera feed in the nose. I'm just like, whoa. I mean,
now with what they're doing,
that was revolutionary.
Well, and now what they're doing with the drones, I mean, good Lord, the pilot's literally in a bunker somewhere in the United States flying a drone that's in Afghanistan or whatever. I mean, that's kind of crazy when you think about it.
I know. So yeah, see how things have changed. But back to what I was mentioning was that was my experience in learning, and then I was realizing, oh my goodness, there are numerous subjects. Not every subject can be converted to computer-based learning. I said, I know if we do this right, we could teach things really well. And the discussion came up in an earlier part of my career where they were trying to make me a teacher at the Internal Revenue Service to teach them computers. And I don't know where I got this, but they said, oh yeah, one of the teaching modes is what they called programmed learning. And at the time, it didn't even have computers, but it was mostly book-based. But like if you didn't know something, the book would direct you to the chapters. I found that very interesting, where basically the book was designed to try to eliminate the need for a lecturer. And that's kind of when I got the clue that the education system is not designed to teach students efficiently. It's designed to bilk the public and line the pockets of, like, say, teachers unions that may not have a lot of desire to actually teach the students at high efficiency.
Yeah. Well, given the fact that the gigantic percentages of kids in public schools right now are massively failing basics of the core competencies. I mean, it's bad.
And then I saw what's happening in academia. I need to do a show on this. For $300,000 at Duke University, someone can get a bachelor's in gender studies or ethnic studies. I'm just like, talk about a useless degree.
Yep.
And
one of the big portions of that whole problem that it's completely indicative of the bilking that you were talking about. Of there is no economic model in which the return on investment is declining dramatically, i.e., the amount of income the average person's making when they have a degree is going down, not up.
Yeah.
But the cost to get the piece of paper is going up, but the ROI is going down. Like, in no other context would the price of education be going up, not down.
Yeah.
And it's when it should, and that's the thing where, I think COVID is going to be the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back.
I hope so.
Needle that pops the balloon, whatever, concept analogy you want to put on it. So I started paying attention to this in 2011. In 2011, the average, or not the average, the student loan debt for the United States was a shade over $700 billion. Okay. As of this year, we have crossed $1.7 trillion in student loan debt. In a decade, that's happened. So we now have almost $700 billion more in student loan debt than we do in credit card debt in the United States.
It's
think
scary.
about that. That is nuts. And when you consider the fact that with student loans now, you can get a 50-year student loan. 50 years. Okay, so let's just think about this for just a second. So you start getting those loans at 18. Let's say you get done with your degree at 21, 22. Then you go on to get your master's, and now you're 23, 24. And now all that kicks in, and you have 50 years to pay it off. So let's think about this. You'll be in your 70s when you pay that off. That is insane, to be in a perpetual debt for that period of time. And then you think about that from a realistic expectation of retirement perspective. Yeah. How much of that capital that you could have been saving is going to have been going to student loan debt?
Yeah.
And like, how do people expect this? It's like, this is a coordinated mechanism to keep people in indentured servitude for the rest of their life.
Absolutely. And it's from a kind of predatory business model standpoint, selling worthless products for high price that's a great business model from a predatory stand. I'm not saying it's ethical.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's amazing. I mean, it's fantastic. And when you have the endorsement of the federal government and the state government and the local government, oh, you're golden. I mean, it's the greatest scam of all time.
And see, this is getting an education is wonderful. Being scammed is not, and that's the universities have turned into scams. They're pockets that do an excellent job. Some of the sciences are still holding on. You know, they haven't been totally corrupted, but there are other parts. I'm just like, my jaw just drops. Oh, Luca was here. He was sharing my bachelor cost me 15,000 euros. So I presume 30,000. My first bachelor's, I think, cost me I know when I had my student loan, I had $3,000 debt. Of course, that was a real long time ago. My first degree I got in 1989. Oh, and Lucas paid it off already. Good on you.
Yeah, but there's now things. So I dropped out. So I had a scholarship, which I managed to jack up like an idiot. But and I dropped out of college and then went off and did entrepreneurial stuff. And then after my brain surgery, a couple years after all that stuff, mostly my mother wanted me to go back and finish my degree, and so I was refusing to. I'm like, I'm not doing this. Like, I've already gone and done business. I'm not going back to school. This is idiotic. And then I was intrigued by, and this is like what I'm about to say is actually a growing trend. There's multiple universities that are shifting towards this model, but they're shifting over to, for undergrad stuff, shifting over to competency based, and in the online education world of like not being restricted to the traditional timelines. And so I was very intrigued, started looking into it and ended up diving back into it. But anyway, the model I liked, what intrigued me so much was it was a flat cost per 6-month term, and however many classes I could finish in that time frame, it cost me the exact same amount of money. And I was like, okay, I can dig this. So it was now and then you had to do the projects, you had to pass the tests, take the exams, all that kind of stuff. And if you passed, you can move on to the next class. So there were some courses that, you know, from my business background, I was literally able to, I didn't even have to study. Like, I just went and took the exams, did the projects, and it was like 2 days later, I'm past that class. Others would take me several weeks, and I would hyper focus on whatever the topic was and like just blow through it. And to me, in that context, it's like, especially for undergrad, and I don't necessarily mean for like hardcore science-based things and stuff, but I'm talking for general undergrad degrees. Like, why is that not the standard?
Yep.
Right? Why is, if you have the intellectual capacity to go faster, why are you forced to take forever? And that, just a sidebar, my last piece on this, I'll shut up. One of the reasons that I had refused to go back to school originally was I'm like, I don't have the time, especially when I was like busy running my company and stuff, like I actually had money. I'm like, I don't have the time to go. It's going to take me years to potentially, you know, get this stupid piece of paper that I'm not going to use. Like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then I was presented with the opportunity of like, hang on, if for like the next year, if I just like buckle down and focus, I can knock this stuff out and get it done. And I literally did. In 14 months, I completed some of my old classes transferred over, but I completed 81 credit hours in 14 months.
That's fabulous. It occurred to me, and this is, have you heard of the Pareto curve? This is why communism won't work. Or
oh yeah, yes.
It's roughly, there's a proportion where some of the most excellent are just a small proportion of the ones that are compared in every field. It's just natural. So each person probably has an opportunity to be on the high end of the Pareto curve in one discipline.
Yep.
You know? And it's just finding that niche. But where I was headed with this is that there are teachers that are far more gifted than others.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be someone who's just an excellent lecturer. You'd want him teaching all of your algebra classes
Mm-hmm.
or your calculus classes. And then all the rest are just no good by comparison. I mean, and so one of the models that should work is that, especially now that high tech, if they have recorded lectures, why don't you just let the best lecturer lecture, to the extent, it's a different skill to be grading and giving actually good remarks on the homework exams. But I saw some of the MIT lectures or some of these, some are much better than others, obviously. And some people are just so much more gifted. And that's one of the things with being able to teach electronically. We can find someone who's just really gifted at teaching a particular subject and to do it with real excellence.
Well, and that's your point you're making there about the good lectures and such, but learning electronically. I mean, I've a large portion of my knowledge base in the context of the subjects that you and I are usually discussing. The foundation stemmed directly from taking the time to go and literally watch lectures from Open MIT, Harvard X, Yale on different topics. And I put them on 1.5 speed, and I blazed through the basics of biochemistry and biology and so on and so forth. And it's like, this is literally free open access information. I am literally listening, and this is what really pisses me off about the Dan Cardinals and some of the other ones in there in the standard talking point of, do you have a degree in X? It's like, I really give no what's about having the piece of paper, but I do know that I have the exact same information in my brain right now that anybody who went and got the piece of paper, I listened to the exact same information they did. So does having or not having the stamped degree in a frame alter the fact that the information is in my brain? Yes or no? It's like,
yeah.
Obviously the answer is no. So let's get back to arguing the substance of the position that's being taken, not whether or not I have the quote unquote qualification to have an opinion about whatever is being presented.
Just as an aside, now that you bring that up, the Yale, Harvard, MIT lecture series, how does it affect their business model that they're giving away the lectures for free? I guess what people pay for is to get the diploma from a prestigious school.
Yep.
And I've never, I think it's just wonderful that they're doing this. They must be getting some benefit, I hope.
Well, but you also have to think about like MIT, Harvard, Yale. They don't make their money from the students.
I knew there was a catch.
Well, think about it. Like Yale, like Harvard's endowment is something ridiculous, like almost $50 billion.
Yeah.
They don't care. They have 9,000 students tops at any given time. Okay, cool. So you're charging them $100,000 a year, whatever. A literal drop in the bucket compared to the endowment.
So they don't care to give it away. But I was just thinking, there must be some benefit. It may be just that it's kind of like the goodwill. Every corporation should do something for society, and it elevates them as a good institution if they're giving something charitable. And I think advancing education for free is good.
Well, I think a portion of it was meant originally on the expansion on a global level. Because there's been multiple documented stories, and I'm sure there's just, if it's been documented, I'm sure it's actually probably way more common than you would think. But there's been many people in third world countries that have gone through all the degree classes or classes for XYZ degree professionally, and then have become that profession in their country, and now become very successful in the third world. They never went to Harvard, they never went to Yale, they never went to MIT or Stanford or whatever, but they followed all the classes. And unlike Western civilization, that you are nothing unless you have the piece of paper. In the third world, it's do you know how to do this, right?
Yeah.
And if you can and you do, then you're good, right? Like, you don't think about this, like, until the last, I'd say last 40 years, but probably the last 70 to 80 years, right? But prior to that time frame, like something ridiculous, like less than 3% of the population of the globe had a degree. Did that mean that everybody on the other 97% were dumb? No. Did they have professional skills and the intellectual capacity to do something? Yes. Did they do apprenticeships with experts and then become an expert themselves? Yes, that was the way people became experts, right? And learn new skills and all that kind of stuff. So all this, emphasis that we've put on in modern society of like the tradition, what we now consider the quote unquote traditional education, is not actually traditional. It's actually a rather new anomaly in terms of like the history of humanity.
Wow.
And I think we forget about that,
Yeah. And I've been looking back just on the things I've studied, and I'm like, oh my goodness, and Luca put, when Berna said, I thought he had a migraine, which was me, actually tension headache, but all this pain I'm enduring because I want to talk to John Maddox. It's the honest truth. Because he's helping me, giving me some food for thought regarding developing the business of, matching my skills to potential business. So I think I've kind of announced this, that my contract with Dr. Sanford is slowly winding down. We still don't know how long it's going to go. We really don't, because I've been lucky enough that it's like I'll stumble on something. He said, Sal, can you work on this? And it just kind of kept proceeding. And he is getting older. And after his angioplasty, I think all of us were like, yeah, I shouldn't expect him to. He's been so generous out of his own pocket. He's basically given me a scholarship for 6 years to just study biology, not through a formal program like these were, but through reading peer-reviewed papers. So you've actually seen some of the result of that in just like tonight, because I cited a lot of papers in that I was actually, that was my job, to study these things and just look what's out there. So so I was just trying to explain why, in addition to the fact John is like the most charming person in our circle of friends, that radio voice and just that manner, it's like, yeah, I could never imitate that, and it's just fun hanging out with you. And but from a business standpoint, I have to, these are things I need to think how I can match my skills to the needs that are out there. And maybe over the next month, I'll come up with some ideas, because I don't want to invest.
And I'm still telling you, Sal, you need to take what you have already been doing for Dr. Sanford, and you need to, because correct me if I'm wrong on this, but isn't one of the, not the only, but one of the top level things you've been doing for Dr. Sanford is you've been researching things as they come out on different topics, right, that he's interested in, and then you report to him in a cohesive fashion of like, here is where things stand on X subject, right? I'm talking about as from the latest peer-reviewed papers and research level. Okay, you need to apply. I think you need to apply that process on a public level.
That's what I'll do.
of, because you're already conditioned and experienced and knowledgeable, and I mean, you know how to do this. I mean, you've been writing reports for Dr. Sanford for 6 years of like, here's the latest and greatest on X, right? Like, I've dove down these rabbit holes and found this and this. And oh, wait, by the way, you know that thing we talked about 6 months ago? Something new just came out on that. And here it is, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's exactly what you've been doing, right?
That's a lot. Sometimes
I'm not saying you haven't been doing other things. I'm just saying that's one of the things.
That's about. I'd say that's about half the job. The other job was searching stuff that almost no one cared about, except the very important clientele, if I can call it that are the professors and deans of various universities, which is just great because you change someone who's going to be a provost. That's a big deal. And we flipped someone. We didn't flip them, but we helped. We got in touch, and he's doing real well now. So,
oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
but I mean, in context of a monetizable deal, I still think that both the public, general laymen such as myself and SFT and other folks would find that kind of thing very interesting, and then I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, case in point, Joel Deweese. He is a PhD. He's a high-level researcher. I'm just using him as an example, right? Yes, he's hyper-focused on topoisomerase. But I would not be surprised if there's other things he also finds interesting. Right? People such as like him, I could see, it's kind of what other topics are you guys interested in, right? And you create an aggregated resource of here's the latest and greatest on X, and in a coherent fashion, cohesive for them to go and review and such, because you never know how, and you know this even more than I do, but there's so many different aspects of what their work. Biological systems are so integrated. There's a strong probability that some new discovery on something that might not seem to be connected probably is, right? In some fashion. Yeah. So
we actually did stumble on something. I was partly involved in it, and maybe over the next year, God willing, if the peer review papers come out, I get to be a co-author. You'll actually see what the project was. I think it's going to be just really cool. It's on protein structural biology, which is, how much I love that. So,
hey, did you see the announcement from Google yesterday on protein folding?
No, I didn't. See, you're actually more up on some of this than I am, which is really cool. I still have to watch that Haflin Lee thing on RNAs, and I just like slapping myself because I've.
Yeah, supposedly the DeepMind AI that Google's been developing, apparently they had some major breakthrough on being able to predict protein folding.
Yeah.
And there were multiple, I forget all the names, but there were some pretty big name researchers that came out about it and were like, this could be a major game changer.
I happen to know a little bit about how these things work. And that's actually where some of the work we touched on. But I think I've been open about this. And there's no point in me keeping it a secret because there are 40 labs working on this throughout the country. Is that when I said that the patterns of similarity and diversity in biological organisms and their protein sequences, it's a secret code. It's being broken. And so these pharma companies don't care that was this the product of an intelligent designer putting a code? If it's going to make the bottom line work, we're going to pursue it. And that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. That's why all these labs are quietly doing this work. They'll say it's, related to evolution, or they just totally sidestep the issue. But it's like, okay, we have these gene sequences. We throw it in an AI program and it predicts the fold. That saves us money, even if it doesn't predict it accurately. But let's say it's enough of a percent above random so that we don't have to carry out as many X-ray crystallography experiments.
Right.
Or we could reduce
if we can exclude
the workload by 20%. You're going to beat your competition.
Right. If we can exclude the ones that are 100% not what the objective is.
Right.
You're ahead of the curve. Yeah, that's a very good point. Well, I think it's interesting when you really think about the. I was listening to a lecture on some of the different imaging technologies, and they're really breaking down like how, in spite of the level of confidence that's presented, there's many things that we really don't have a clue about. In terms of, like, we know that the protons were here, not actually what we don't necessarily know what was happening between A and B, and this lecture I was listening to was in context of like ribosomes, but they were talking about that piece. Like, we know that X is the outcome, but we don't really know how it happens, And so we've got some ideas, we make suppositions, we can kind of see the before and after, but we don't necessarily know who knows how many steps that happen between A and B. And, it's all supposition. And I think, especially for the average person, just in general, and I think even a lot of the research, quote unquote scientists, I think they lose appreciation for the fact that there's so much going on at the molecular level that we just do not have a clue about, and just think we do.
But the beautiful thing is, the more we learn, the more amazing, totally amazing. And it's just, it's hard to convey that to people that haven't worked on engineered systems or who don't have the physics background. But as a pilot, it is so hard to navigate. And the instrument we hated the most to do navigation was the magnetic compass. And so for these birds to fly 40,000 miles, and it's not a straight course, it's a zigzag course from the North Pole to the South Pole. It's just mind-boggling. We don't know how we don't know how it does it, but we know enough to know that it's technology that exceeds anything we can do. And
I think some of the ones that blow my mind, even more than that, is like the butterflies that end up on the same tree that their parents were born on, that they've never been to, that's 5,000-6,000 miles away.
I know.
And they end not in the general vicinity, on the same tree.
Hey.
Like, what? I mean, that to me is if that's not a game changer in terms of your point you're making about like the technology on the nano level that's occurring inside biological systems. Like, you're telling me that this butterfly has GPS that gets it within a freaking 6-meter radius of the spot their parents were born in a different hemisphere. You're telling me that is just some kind of random occurrence? Get out of town, man.
Yeah, and you see what's happened. The thing that has happened is we kind of instinctively knew that this is phenomenal, but now it's the biophysicists that are confirming it, and they're the ones going, "Wow, have you seen the lecture More Perfect Than We Imagined?"
William, you were mentioning that earlier. I don't think I've seen.
Oh my goodness, I need to put that up on my channel, because he goes into it, and you're like, "Oh my!" I mean, their jaws are dropping. It's like, kind of the bad thing is Biolek said natural selection. It's like, dude, it's just under your nose. This is phenomenal. No way natural selection would build something that's, in my cell biology lecture, I said, natural selection does not build extravagance. That is extravagance. There's no reason natural selection would build a bird that migrates 40,000 miles a year. I mean, that's just like, isn't that like really wasteful of, food and resources? Because that's a lot of energy to spend to fly 40,000 miles a year. And yet the designer made a bird like that. It had the capability and, just as important, the desire to be flying 40,000 miles a year. So, before I forget, someone wrote me back after my protein probability lecture number 2, where I talked about the Arctic tern that flies 40,000 miles a year. His father-in-law is a medical doctor, and they said it seemed like a really worshipful time as I was talking about that. That really meant a lot to me. I said, yeah, you see, there's more than just trying to just bash evolutionary theory. I really just enjoyed describing the wonders of what was created. So people who are already creationists, their mind just opens up and they just worship God. I know that when I talked to John Sanford once, and I was describing the chromatin, he said, "Doesn't that make you just want to kneel down and worship?" I said, "Yes. There's a mind that's so far beyond anything we can imagine."
But I agree with you completely, and I think I've talked about this before, but the realization that's happened in the last 2 or 3 years of, hang on, all of this portion of the genome we thought had no function actually only is operational in specific cell types. We just didn't know that, and to me, when you really contemplate the significance of all of that, right? It's like, so number one, we've been being told for however long at this point that, no more than 2.5%, 3% tops of the genome had function. And then, oh, well, some of it has function, but the rest of it's just junk. And then all these copies are, the duplicate portions. Oh, that's evidence for evolution. It doesn't do anything. And then you fast forward, to now, and it's, well, more than we thought does. And, well, I guess there is function in this. And now it's turns out huge portions of it probably are going to be being activated based on cell type. I mean, it's like this.
It's multifunctional too. The genes themselves, the exons, the coding regions. And it's really funny because sometimes I'll have an instinctive thought and I'll say, if I thought about it, someone has already done research.
World of simultaneous discovery. I strongly believe in it.
Yeah. And I said, let me just Google enhancers on exons. Sure enough, the exon is multi-purpose, and one of its roles is to provide a docking location to act as a parking lot for regulatory machines that control another gene. So when that gene is shut off, the exon isn't just dead; it's actually a parking lot for specific molecular machines that are gonna regulate other genes. So I said, yeah, Rube Goldberg is just like almost, really, if anything, it's an understatement of how biology is constructed. It's just nuts. It's just, and I look at it, I'm just like, wow.
Well, I've always thought the entire premise of Central Dogma is naive. Very limited, I guess, of just you really think that life exists and the only thing that's required is proteins? Like, you don't think there's anything else that's having to go on, like, to control all of this and to execute and to have variables, and like, what do you think we do? I find it, still to this day, when we listen to the staunch atheist evolutionists, go on their diatribes, I'm like, so at this point, that whole premise has been entirely annihilated, and yet you're still clinging to it. Why?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, John. I apologize.
No, go ahead. I was done.
I wanted to say, this has been a good discussion, and I'm going to just try things, and if it doesn't fly. If it doesn't generate interest, then I know that's not where I'm going to go. I realize one thing that's important to learning that's actually very difficult to quantify is how interesting can you make the subject matter that would be otherwise boring. That's kind of an unknown quality, but it's actually really important because people will tend to learn things that they find compelling and interesting. And that might be something I want to look into. I mean, that's not anything, it's kind of hard to force creativity, but on the other hand, sometimes you have to be. So
Yeah,
before
I think you should remember.
I wanted to share this article with you. I mean, I know you can read it yourself, but sometimes it's kind of fun to read it along with someone. And I'll just read some sections of it. This is from Forbes. And you may have already read this, but it says, "Are colleges immoral?" And this was in September 7th, 2017. During the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, large numbers of American colleges and universities were formed with one of their fundamental missions being the promotion of higher levels of morality in students. In the colonial era, about one-fourth of the students became clerics, spending their lives promoting such moral absolutes as the Ten Commandments. Public support of universities grew partly because colleges were considered noble institutions promoting good behavior among the citizenry, creating a more ordered and just society. But as I look at the behavior of institutions of higher learning today, I see many examples of seemingly immoral, unethical behavior, often suggesting colleges are more scam artists than places where altruistic individuals are dedicated to promoting the public good. Let me enumerate 5 examples. First, some colleges seeking to maximize revenues often lure students to attend who the schools know are likely to fail to graduate and likely to suffer financially as a consequence. That's actually kind of, man, I don't want to curse.
It's
That's just dastardly. That's just you know they're going to fail, and so you're just going to grab their money.
What's interesting is that point they just made. Not only has that been pointed out, there's also been lawsuits filed under that auspice. That, long story short, they were, with malicious intent, were recruiting those people purely for profit, and are getting to come back, going after people that already failed and getting to return or failed from other institutions and doing heavy marketing to those people that already failed out and such to get them to come to this new university and go into more debt. I mean, it's a racket. It's organized crime.
Yeah, organized crime. I think that's probably where I got part of my idea. It's like I want to teach people and do it ethically, and any individual, not just me, could do a better job for less money in getting someone equipped, because these places, they're immoral and they're scam artists, and this didn't used to be the way. I mean, it was already getting kind of bad when I was going through school, but at least when I got through school, I wasn't treated that badly. There's some bad incidents, but I mean, I got an education when I generally still thought it was a good institution. There's still good institutions out there. But anyway, I'm just going to read some more. Second, many universities have created a large, low-paid, and vocationally insecure academic underclass to teach large numbers of students, in considerable part to allow academic aristocrats, the tenured faculty, to combine good salaries with very low teaching loads. Third, graduate students in the humanities are lured into PhD programs where the time to degree is often 8 years or more and job prospects are extremely limited. Fourth,
8 years to get a humanities PhD?
I'm sorry.
Did you say 8 years to get a humanities PhD?
PhD, like say in feminine in gender studies, or I'll give you a good Melissa Click. She was in the Ferguson riots on campus.
Yeah.
She got fired.
Yeah.
Her PhD dissertation was the whiteness of Martha Stewart. Okay. You know, when I heard that, I said, I thought a PhD actually meant something. I ought to be calling myself Dr. Cordova because I have more knowledge in my pinky than that crap. Sorry, I'm starting to cuss now, but that made me angry.
The whiteness
you ought to be
Martha...
Dr. John Maddox, sir.
All right, if you ever want to trigger Salvador Cordova, just mention the whiteness of Martha Stewart.
Goodness. Oh yeah, you want to see me actually get livid in a debate? You know, when we're talking science, that's even tempered. When we're talking outright stupidity that's hurting people, that's racist. You know, it's racist to be just, you know, racist again. I'm not white, so maybe I could say this. I don't like seeing the way white males are treated in our society. It breaks my heart. It's just so wrong. You know, like they're being demonized for things that happened 100 years ago, and it's just not right. Well, anyway, you saw a different side of me now. This is what will get me incensed. Anyway, 8 years, and she could get a PhD and then get a professorship teaching garbage and the whiteness of Martha Stewart. And they fired her because she was too activist in inciting the students to riot at her own university. Fourth, at scores of large schools, big-time commercial intercollegiate athletics has brought the economic exploitation of young football and basketball players in order to benefit financially middle-aged coaches and administrators. Well, maybe this is juicy here. These athletes often meaningfully cannot earn a good college degree because of outlandishly large team time commitments and are at significant risk of suffering debilitating injuries which impair cognitive function long term. You know, head trauma if they play football. Phantom courses, sex scandals, and extremely expensive enticements to get promising high school prospects on campus, luxury lockers, fancy weight rooms, add to the sense of corruption. Big-time sports stars, e.g. North Carolina or Penn State, with huge scandals are punished relatively lightly by a morally and economically dubious athletic cartel, the NCAA. University presidents and college governing boards do nothing to reform the system. Oh, thank you, Luca. Fifth, colleges and universities have used a well-intended but conceptually flawed system of federal student financial aid to aggressively raise student fees so that the benefits of aid accrue more to the administrative staff and faculty than to students. Recent studies published by the New York Federal Reserve Bank and the National Bureau of Economic Research document this convincingly. Academic leaders have been rent seekers who view students as cash cows that finance their increasingly comfortable lifestyles, including million-dollar salaries for university presidents. Wow. So, yeah, that's how that sparked my passion to teach. And I do hope some people will get some sense into them and see what's going on. And not to mention now, the universities are they're very hostile climates to free speech and real thoughts. So, I mean, free thinking.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they even have the free speech zones, I mean, that you're only allowed to have free speech inside of this square rather than the alternative. Like, how is that not the opposite? You know, if you're going to have a restricted area, it should be inside the square, not outside of it. And that makes no sense to me. That whole premise, it was kind of interesting. So originally when I went to college, I went to University of Alabama. And So, major, massive school, right? So those stuff about football and whatnot, I understand full well. There's literally no institution in the United States with bigger football than Alabama, right? And I mean, I had friends that were on the Alabama football team, and those jokers, the only time they went to the library was once a week, and it was not to learn anything. They would have a Dewey Decimal number slid under their door, and they would go and find that. They needed, some of those idiots were so dumb they needed help for this, but they would literally go and find that book, and there would be a stack of cash inside whatever that book was. That's how they got their weekly little stipend. And
oh man, I didn't know that stuff like that going on.
Oh, you kidding me? Oh yeah, that's all the SEC, man. The SEC schools. I mean, all the big football schools. Yeah, I mean, okay. Somehow, all of the big stars would magically be driving Hummers and the biggest trucks you've ever seen. They didn't own them. They were be on loan from XYZ car dealership. And also, like I said, these kids would be driving around these ridiculous, I mean, we're talking $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 trucks and on loan with a dealer plate on the back of it. And they go drop it off, I mean, I'm like, but here's the thing. I have no issue with the fact that those kids were getting paid. Like for Alabama football, for example, is $1 billion industry. Billion with a B, right? Not an M, a B. And I'm like, okay, so we have all these kids that are coming. They've been recruited. They, at the time, filling up. Every game would be sold out. 100,000 people. That's in the stadium. And then, on football, on game days, Tuscaloosa, Alabama becomes the biggest city in the state of Alabama. Over 1 million people would come to Tuscaloosa for game day. It's nuts. Anyway, the point I'm making, it's like, so literally in one weekend, there's enough revenue that comes in to fund every other athletic program at the University of Alabama off of one football game. And you're telling me that these kids shouldn't be able to have a little bit of money? Especially when a large portion, not just in Alabama, but across the United States, a large portion of these athletes are minorities, and they're coming from literal poverty. And now you're not giving them an opportunity to make any money. And then you wonder why they do stupid stuff. You wonder why they are influenced by bad actors and the way they're being bought. And then the few that do make it to the NFL and NBA and MLB and such, somehow it's like 60-something% of them all managed to go bankrupt within 3 years of leaving professional sports. They didn't learn a thing in college, right? They got exploited at every level.
Yeah.
And then it's like, in the context of like injury, what I understand is like, why? Okay, fine. We don't want to pay the kids while they're in college. Okay, fair enough. Put money in a trust. They can't touch it for a decade. And just let the interest accrue and such. And if they do blow out their knee, they do snap a Achilles or whatever it is, ACLs and such. Yeah, they can't touch that money right now, but at least give them something for the ridiculous amount of revenue they bring in, because there is no other business on the planet where if your direct actions result in millions of dollars, your personal actions result in millions of dollars, that you will not be receiving direct compensation. And this whole, they got a college degree is bullcrap, because I personally knew, and this is a very well documented fact, these kids that come in, the scholarship is their payment. Well, they tore an Achilles. They ripped an ACL. They lost their scholarship. They never finished their degree. So they brought in all this revenue, or a part of bringing in this revenue. They didn't get the education because they lost the scholarship, and they didn't have any money. to continue it. So what was their justification? What was their compensation? What was the value proposition for them? They now have torn ACLs, no degree, and no hope. So what's your point? What did you give them? Nothing. And anyway, it's
yeah. Well, this is a good conversation, and it's helping me pray and try to decide my future direction. I think the thing that's been laid on my heart is I really want to serve people right now, and I think in the process of serving people, I'll be able to identify needs where people might be willing to pay, because I might be. Yeah, I need to take care of Mom. So,
yep. Hey, you have a great night, so appreciate you.
Take care. Thank you, everyone.